opportunities. You know, we built a secondary airroad. We've been asking, and so far they've mentioned cost sharing, which is an option, but even at that amount, the annual maintenance is quite expensive. So we are looking for a benevolent commercial entity to take us aboard and allow us to put amateur radio in the geostationary orbit above North and South America. So fingers crossed that happens. So with that, I'm going to, I've got the engineer team, education relations with the QTech simulator, and our VP of development, Frank I'll be back over against the wall. They're going to be coming up and tell you, explaining where we're at, what they're working on, and where we're headed. So this time I'm going to turn it over to our Vice President of Engineering, Jerry Preston, and 0JY.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the status of the golf program, the return to heel, and as Robert mentioned, what we're doing to look for opportunities that we can find in order to regain the greater coverage and larger footprint that golf is. In November of 2021, golf team, we had actually manifest on the launch. Manifest means that the NASA, these are CSLI Alana launches, so that means that they have found a rocket, we have agreed in the launch vehicles that accept us. So we're going through the process, the scheduling of what they call deliverables to make the mission. The golf team and subsequent golf actually, depending on performance, we had an agreement with Ragnarok Industries. We had worked with since about 2015 on the $100 satellite for the Cube West Challenge to fly that to the termination control system. This opportunity was signed in 2017, brought to us not only the attitude control system, but the opportunity to learn about its construction, its operation, and how to handle it through our spacecraft, as well as attractive pricing. We did it as a new product. And that's traditional.
So recorded. Yeah.
So, with golf team, get to golf. All right. So what happened was Ragnarok, and it had largely to do with the COVID and stuff like that, acquisition of parts they were unable to deliver in November what we needed to the engineering units and some systems. It's a necessary part for Golf T. It's also part of the CSLI, which is what gets us that launch from NASA. They're interested in that development. After talking to NASA about the possibility of flying commercial ADCS, which actually will be very difficult to obtain in time to make the launch schedule, enough to say impossible, that because of their own supply chain problems. We elected
I don't see you on YouTube.
This is something that normally we do over there because often there can be a cost involved with it, or whatever services are rendered up to that point. This was early enough on that it gave us the opportunity to get out for free, but also that it is good for the launch mission and then the rest of the payloads because then they know what they're dealing with, like out of last minute or something like that. So we took that off. Golf T goes right back on the list for launches, so that's going to look for more launches. There's no real penalty to it, other than the time, which is what we needed. And the golf team is set back for January 2025, which is a somewhat arbitrary number to give us time to find a mechanical engineer. Right after we had done that, within days, we got a launch opportunity for Golf 1 and technology exploration department. In other words, it was the first level. The solar panels, the attitude control system, the radiation power and IHU, but many systems. And we wanted to see how they perform before we put them on Golf 1, which we call revenue flag, student experiments and such like that. NASA said they preferred Golf T first. I asked them about that, so we're going to stick to that thing. And for Golf T, that was January 2025 is what I told them, and then years everything else following as they started in partnership with Golf 1. So the upward EO, you might have heard that phrase. EO is highly level development. It's something that AMSAT has done in the past with some of the satellites that Bob mentioned, and it provides a very good look, a very good footprint. In order to get there, because we have reset from big satellites, way bigger than CubeSat, to the CubeSat form factor being the way to get a launch. Essentially, Fox 1 was the first CubeSat AMSAT. It was experimental. The systems that are much more complicated, we're going to need to get to a higher orbit. We're going to need to take care of power and radiation and such. This image is an image of the IHU that I mentioned on your test. And it is, Jonathan will talk a little bit more about it. It's an IHU that is more tolerant to taking a single lift. It's got two IHU systems. The whole overall thing in the program is intended to work us the way I backed up. We need to have the capability of confidence to operate that attitude control system. You need a very precise point for the football. You don't know where you think you're going when you rocket switch. It's going to be bad news for everybody. And also antenna porting to a degree for the microwave antennas. For example, the nadir point in -Z is our negative downwind, but we want that to be generally pointed toward Earth. No idea what it is. And that'll work. Then we're also facing a big change in the CubeSat. Foxes were pretty handy in working with the one you form factor and the 12 solar cells. Power is going to be a big thing on golf. As a matter of fact, we pushed on Foxes, which is part of the reason they died early in the battery. The power for your SPR, your ADCS, your propulsion, for anything more electronic is more power. And even when you go from 1 to a 3 times the size, it's pretty dinky. So the deployable solar panels are the first step to understand that we can do that, as well as to expand the design of it so that you can unfold them a couple more notches as well. When we get up to the higher orbits, we're going to need a lot more power to pull it down and such like that. Also, as we get higher, we get into radar type of things. The radiation up there is bad. Kilo, you're going through the Allen belts a couple times before, and extra dose of radiation. You also have at the geo or so altitude, quite a bit of radiation. So developing, trying to keep the low cost hot stuff, things that does, but also what we're going to have to deal with for the radiation is going to be a major concern. Overall, the golf program is doing what was originally put forth to do, and that was to work our way back up to EO. And that's the way it's been funded and what we work for. The question of EO, and many of you may not be familiar with the highly elliptical orbit. And this is a little graphic that's an indication of what it is. I think this is actually known as high orbit, but I just pulled it off the web, for a graphic. But that's what it does. It gives good DX because when you're up there at altitude, you're very near geo height or even above. And so you can see more of the going. And it's up there there at that point for some hours because of the arc and how it's slower off the apogee. It comes back down and moves around the Earth, and then it goes up over more or less the other half of the year. So that this whole thing is going on, and it's not in a period that will be,
We don't need those.
time out to be a 24-hour type of thing. So it also kind of presets around the Earth. So everybody, no matter where you are, has a chance to work with various DX and various angles of the satellite. The worldwide opportunity is something that's very attractive, because that's what we do with the satellite. It's ham radio, that's what Hamvention does. And we're reaching out not only with the ham radio component, but with the educational value of it. All of the experiments are what we fly are freely available for anybody to copy. Then on the upper two, continuing on that, they're very, very expensive. And there's a lot of high-dollar customers out there that are going to want you to have insurance and things. If you can find the right share, that'll be great. But we're looking at all of these different orbits. We're pursuing because we know we can do it. I know that we have opportunities to be able to get to that. The others that come along, when they pan out, then that will definitely be something we'll certainly look at. I think this summary just kind of sums it all up there. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Jonathan to talk about what he brings to the table with some new stuff and the expansion of Fox Plus.
Thank you, Jerry, and how's my volume? I rarely have a problem with speaking too quiet. I do not have a problem with turning away from the mic, and also speaking too quickly. So when I get too fast, you just wave your hand, and I'll slow down a bit. So yes, good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Brandenburg, KF5ITY. I'm a newly minted Assistant Vice President of Engineering here with AMSAT, and I really work in 3 areas. I work at Fox Plus, work Ascent, and I work in the ingestion of engineering volunteers. So we're going to start speaking with Fox Plus. So Fox, if many of you know, is our successful 1U CubeSat program. Its characteristics were low Earth orbit, it was 1U, and it had a very easy-to-use FM transponder, an easy way of introduction to satellites. So we're calling this Fox Plus for the reason that we're taking Fox and we're building on the Fox platform. So just like Fox, the Fox Plus program will be LEO. LEO in large part because that's a relatively accessible orbit. We can get launches through a variety of providers, we can partner with universities, we can take advantage of the accessibility of LEO. It's called Fox Plus, and also we're going to build on the FM transponder aspect of it. We want to take the FM aspect of it and expand on that. So the FM voice is very convenient, very usable, very popular mode, but I want to build on those capabilities by potentially adding multiple FM channels, by potentially adding digital modes, by potentially building on Fox and creating Fox Plus to expand the capabilities. And then the third one, is size. Fox is a 1U cube, you can't send you a cube, you come by our booth and hold in a physical model of it. But it's also my intention to increase the size of Fox Plus over time to maybe 1.5 or 2U footprint, wide, maybe even 3U at some point. And the real reason is I need more space to fly the experimental payloads that we want to fly for Fox Plus. So the idea here is that we're increasing the size, we're increasing the capability, but we're keeping the accessibility of Fox. So that's certainly one of my objectives. Another key objective, though, as you see on that screen, is it's very important to me that we be as open as possible with respect to the technology and the volunteer efforts that we have. So the idea of open source and open access is going to be core to Fox Plus. That's important in a lot of different ways. A lot of us are philosophically aligned with the open source technologies. But in addition to that, a lot of organizations and sources of funding, they want you to be open. They want this to be broadly shared. So the idea here is to ensure that we are open source and open access. And I have some techniques that we can use to take advantage of some carve-outs and the regulations, the export regulations and such. And so we're going to continue to do that. We've already started work on Fox Plus. We're just on the very early stages of getting going. We've got some systems engineering. We're starting to pull together the concept of operations, the PSAM document, which is just a description of the phases and the modes and the different aspects of the satellite as it operates. We've also just really begun on the RF system. We've got a volunteer that started working on that. I'll show a picture of that in a moment. In fact, I can do that now. There we go. Our RF volunteer is very interested in the FPGA software-defined radio technologies. Now, they're a little power hungry, so I've got to watch my power budget. But this is an example of where we want to build new technologies in the RF realm in Fox Plus and Flight. This is an image of the Caribou Light, if you're familiar with that at all. You don't have to look it up if you are interested or come talk to me about it. But it's a crowdsourced software-defined radio based upon FPGA technology that we're hoping to adapt and fly. Right. The other aspect of Fox Plus is there's a lot of synergies between Fox Plus and what Jerry talked about in the golf. So, for example, the power system that's being developed for golf is more advanced than what happens on Fox. We are really, really going to try, no promises, but really going to try to make sure that we can take those batteries out of circuit when they fail, so that we can continue to operate and stuff for long periods of time. We're also going to be working with new battery chemistries because nickel cadmiums are not really available, and we've had better chemistries these days. So the idea is that I'm going to take this power system from golf and I'm going to scale it down to fly on Fox Plus. And then this sharing goes the other direction as well. So for example, the RF system that I was just talking about, that Caribou Light, we're looking for the opportunity to take those radio systems and move those into the higher orbits on the golf platform. So there's that back and forth sharing that I hope to be very beneficial to both arms of our engineering organization. Did I talk about everything I wanted to talk about? Looks like I did. So Fox Plus, your takeaway, right? Builds on the LEO 1U FM transponder capabilities that we're familiar with, but it extends it both in size and capability. There's my elevator speech before you get away from me. Moving on a little bit, the second program that I talked about was called Ascent. And I never remember what Ascent stands for. Of course, it's an acronym. Everything's an acronym. But I think of it as our research and development arm for AMSET. That's where we develop prospective new technologies. And there's a couple of that we're working on right now that I'm very interested in. One of them is reaction wheels. Our very own in-house built reaction wheels to control the orientation of the satellite. If your physics is rusty like mine, you may know, maybe need a reminder actually, that if you turn a wheel and change its speed, momentum has to be conserved so the satellite will actually turn as well in the opposite direction, I think. So we're building these wheels that we can fly in our satellites, and we want to fly these going forward. So we have a volunteer who has been working on assembling reaction wheels in his shop, and we actually have this physical model, this physical prototype that you see on the screen. We actually put this through vibration testing this past Monday, which is fantastic. We learned a lot. I prefer to think of it as testing to the point of failure as opposed to it didn't survive. We did test it to the point of failure, and the good news is we actually know why it failed. It turns out the collar that was holding the wheel onto the shaft was not sufficiently tight, I guess you would say. But it's also something we can fix. So that's why you test to failure, because you identify the weak points and you're able to overcome those going forward, which I feel good about. As a side note, I have a little geeky time here. Reaction wheels are interesting because they move, right? And movement can create electricity built up and it arcs across the balls in the ball bearing, and it creates hits and roughness that causes them to fail. So one of the things we've actually done is we've disassembled these tiny little motors and replaced the stainless steel bearings with ceramic ball bearings to avoid that exact problem. So a little geeky that are interested. The other project that we have is the deployable solar panels. Now, the deployable solar panels have always been a part of the golf program, but we're taking this under the Ascent umbrella as part of an R&D effort, in large part because I'm able to function, as I said earlier, in an open source and open access manner. And the ARDC has generously provided AMSAT with a grant to acquire hardware to assemble these panels. And this is a really good example of how an organization prefers or requires, I think in the case of our ARDC, that you be open source and open access with your technology. And we want to be able to accommodate that going forward. And that's where I come into play here as well. So Ascent, R&D. And then lastly, I ingest our engineering volunteers, and I would be absolutely remiss if I did not invite you all to volunteer to be an engineer in some form or fashion if you have that interesting skill set. We have a few key areas that we're looking for in particular. Mechanical engineering, we have a great gap with the loss of Mr. Bob Davis. We also have a need for RF engineering in our radios, developing these new flight radios that I want to fly on Fox Plus. And then we're really reaching the point where the software, the flight software running on the data handling unit, is something I want to get some traction in. So C programming on embedded processors, if that's your deal, please come see me at the booth. I think that's about it. Do I have any time for questions? He reminded me of something I completely forgot. If you've never seen a vibration test before, it can be actually kind of fun. If I can find the... That's not it. I don't see the thumb drive. Oh. Robert's going to come help me. Is it on there? This is engineers at work. While I am pulling this up, I am going to at least take the opportunity for a couple of questions if someone will relay those up to me, please. Can you take that question and relay it? And just because I didn't like your question, I tried to drown it out. Sorry. The comment that power is actually a problem in many peaks that have limited area, and have we considered alternate power sources such as nuclear? Yes, but not very far down the road. The primary reason, honestly, is regulatory. But there's also issues with heat. Even a bigger problem than power generation on a small satellite is heat, dissipation of heat. We have such a small volume that we have a very small surface area for dissipation. So we haven't found a technique or a system that would meet those restrictions. I hope that answers your question. So I'm going to set the stage on this. This is a concrete floor with a vibration table and that reaction wheel sitting on top of it. The camera is on a tripod completely separated from the vibration table. And yet the whole building is moving so much that you're going to see this camera shaking until our engineer goes in and picks it up and shows you the handheld image. Personally, I'm not sure I want to be that close to what's going on here, but maybe he's braver than I am. Y'all cannot see that. That sounds impressive. Let's see here. have, here we go. All right. You know, when you try something twice and it fails in a live demo, you shouldn't do it again. I encourage you to come back and do it. I'm happy to show you what that sound is generating. But in the meantime, do you have time for more questions, or should we wait till the end? We have time for more questions. I saw your hand. So the gentleman asked a real insightful question, which is, how do these FPGA-based devices fare in a radiation environment space? I paraphrase your question. And the answer is, in general, FPGA technology has proven relatively tolerant to the radiation environment space. We're not running any particularly rad-hardened devices. We're not working any particularly different layer technologies. But the off-the-shelves have pretty good survivability rate based upon past experience. So it's consistent with our plans to use radiation-tolerant technologies without necessarily using radiation-hardened technologies. Yes. So he asked me with narrowed eyes, if you don't mind me playing on you a little bit, why aren't we doing more linear sets in lower court? And that's a really good question. The answer really has been opportunities for flight. So our objectives have been to make sure that we have an easy on-ramp for satellites, and given the limited capabilities of our current satellites, we can kind of do one thing well. But that is one of the things I intend to extend with Fox Plus, is the ability to fly multiple modes and multiple bands on the same satellite. So I hope I can answer that question differently with this satellite launches. Is that very interesting? Very good. It wasn't a mean question, it was just a question I don't have the answer to, which is what particular models of FPGAs or manufacturers are we looking at running? And I haven't got that in the back of my head, so I'm going to defer that question a little bit. One more. Or you give me a break. Okay, I saw two hands go up. I thought this first, so sorry.
Also called Thomas Lockley, Brent, V9PX. What amplifiers are used on the software-defined radio? Is it CMOS amplifiers or BJTs?
Yeah, great, another good question, and one that I'm also going to sidestep because I don't yet have that level of design. What kind of amplifiers are we running for the power amplifiers? I assume you also would apply to preamps as well. And we just haven't gotten to the point yet where we have those designed in yet, so I don't yet know. Thank you all very much for your time. I hand it over now to
He's smarter, better looking. I don't know if I need the best. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming out. And what a great crowd we have. Man, this is really impressive. Alan's waiting for a couple of his students to help demonstration, so I'm going to entertain you for a couple of minutes, I hope. And what I'm going to talk about, I'm the Vice President of Operations, and basic responsibility is to help develop the funds to fly with all the projects that we talking about today. But in order to make that happen, I want to talk about the youth initiative. My primary thing that primarily takes up my time these days, and it's really a fun project to work in. So when we talk about the youth initiative, it was a project that was authorized by the board of directors back in the 2019 board of directors meeting. And why do we need a youth initiative? I'm going to talk about that on two different levels. One is, of course, the vision is to introduce youth to amateur satellites and amateur radio. Why? Well, it's the right thing to do. It's also number one or number two in our articles of incorporation to promote scientific and educational values. So that's the primary reason for the youth initiative. But there's another important aspect of it, and that's to generate funds for all the AMSAT projects. Why do these two things go hand in hand? Okay? I'm talking to, okay, we said that space is hard. We also know that space is expensive. Okay? So expensive that there is not enough money within the amateur community itself to fly the missions that we would like to fly. We cannot afford it ourselves. So if I'm out talking to a philanthropic organization or to a corporate, would-be corporate sponsor, say, hi, my name is Frank, I'm with AMSAT, I'd like $200,000 to fly a satellite. Well, Mr. Kanowskis, what are you going to do with that satellite? Well, I got to stand out on my front lawn with a tape measure Yagi and a M1UW Delta Flight 42. And why are you going to do that? So I can get my Good Master Award. Right? Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Kanowskis, for your time. My secretary will show you to the door. Okay? So, in order to procure the funds that we need to get to fly on our missions, we need to provide a benefit to society that is worth the money that we're asking for. And that's why the youth initiative goes hands in hand with the right thing to do and what we got to do. Okay, so did we lose the slide here? This is a little touchy, isn't it? Okay. There's a couple of aspects to the youth initiative that is very, very different from the usual approach that we think about. If you go into a room, and I'm sure there's a lot of you here who belong to clubs, and you've tried to work with kids. You walk into a room with kids and say, okay, here, who's interested in ham radio? Most kids don't even know what radio is. Okay? They don't even know that this is a radio. So if you walk in trying to generate interest in ham radio, you might as well be talking to yourself. So the approach that we're taking in the AMSAT Youth Initiative is to try to put satellites into the perspective of kids' everyday life. When you think about it, it's getting harder and harder to find some facet of human activity where satellites don't play an important role. Okay? So now instead of saying, who's interested in ham radio, we can ask, okay, who's interested in climate change? You're going to get some hands. Who's interested in protecting natural resources? You can get some more pollution control, meteorology. Anybody considering a career in the military? How about broadcasting or journalism? Satellites all play important roles in all of these activities. So what we're doing, as I said, approaching the youth in terms of everyday activities that they're already familiar with. So our message is, satellites in space help us improve our lives back here on Earth. Okay? Who would like to learn a little bit more about that? Okay, now we got a chance of talking to some of the youth out there. Okay, the next thing I want to talk about is our method. We've got a message for how we're going to work with the youth. And by the way, you know, I'm always going to use the word youth. I'm not going to use the word students. The reason for that is this is a community-based program. These are self-paced activities that are available directly to kids, their families, and community leaders. If the schools want to pick this up, that's absolutely great. But we need to go make these materials available directly to the kids. Because schools, God bless the teachers, those of you who are working with the kids and introducing amateur radio, God bless you. Unfortunately, there's not enough of you. The big problem is school boards okay, state agencies that control the curriculum, and their job is to keep amateur radio out so they can control the curriculum inside of the classroom. We don't want them to stand in the way of us getting our message out to the kids. Like I said, teachers want to pick it up, God bless you, it's all available to you, we'll be happy to work with you. So what we've done is to develop our message, and we have 2 trademark names, KidSat for the kids age grades 5 to 7 generally. And you know, if you're in high school, you don't want to be called a kid, right? And so we trademarked the name BuzzSat. So we have names, we also own the domain names for these. So this is our marketing approach, if you will, our identity. Okay, so what do we do to work with the kids here? 4 different things I'm going to talk about very briefly. One is a series of, I'll call them lessons. Okay, they're activities, and they're based on those areas of interest that we talked about. So if somebody's interested in meteorology, there's a learning track for them that talks about meteorology, lessons in space, use of satellites in meteorology, and in terms of depth, think kind of like in terms of a Boy Scout merit badge or something like that. Okay, these are not comprehensive courses, they're just enough to get the kids interested, hopefully, and then there'll be a length of resources that they can go on and pursue on their own. Okay, so, and I do have a wonderful lady in Kentucky who's married to Ham. She's a retired community college professor. She describes herself as a bioastrophysicist. I don't know what that means, but it sounds really, really good, okay? But it's an earth science and it's space-oriented. She's doing a great job in helping us develop the curriculum that's going to go on with this website. So anybody can access this. This is all open source material. Anybody can use it any way they like. Okay, beyond the website, okay, let's start to talk about radio a little bit. We're launching a network of up to 210 ground-based SDRs, plumbing and ground stations. And the front end, it will be accessed online with a specialized dashboard. So they're not general purpose SDRs for shortwave listening. They're focused on satellites themselves. Okay. Now here's a really interesting thing about our approach. Okay, well, Jerry and Jonathan are busy building our next generation of satellites. I've already got some satellites I can work with. Okay. NOAA has very kindly launched and operated these polar weather satellites. They're constantly transmitting high-resolution pictures that we can access, okay? And it gets us, it jumpstarts what we're doing without having to wait for a lot of development. So as you can see here, we're not making it easy for the kids. Okay, they're going to have to work for this. They're going to learn orbital mechanics a little bit. They're going to have to learn how to track a satellite. They're going to have to learn how to download the telemetry. They're going to have to learn how to massage the telemetry into useful data. And we're going to give them a real work-like experience when they use these online SDRs. Okay. And hopefully, remember, age and treachery will always be use and enthusiasm. Okay? So what we're doing is shaping behavior, hopefully encouraging some of these kids and their parents to spend the $29.95 to buy the RTL dongle to plug into their laptop, build a tape measure Yagi, and start to download their NOAA images themselves. Okay? And as our own educational satellites become available, they'll have access to those too, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. One other thing, very quickly, we have another up to 210 CubeSat simulators. I call them non-orbiting earth science experiments. Everybody here knows what a weather-based weather station is, okay? These are like the climate change versions of that. They measure 5 different materials that are said to contribute to global warming. I said to, because I don't want to get into that argument here, but that's what these are designed to do. And again, they're accessed online, and they will operate just like they have. Keep saying again, the users have to download the data, analyze it, convert it, and play it. The curriculum will help them do all of that. Okay. Finally, why are we all here? Because we love our satellites, right? Okay. So part of the program is actually Jonathan's Fox Plus stuff, okay? But we're calling these school ones in the sky, if you will, okay? A series of LEO satellites that will have some advanced interactive experiments that the youth can experiment with. And I've got plans for up to six of these over the next series of years. Jonathan's probably gulping when I say that, but you know what? This is the way we raise the money. Okay? We raise the money by flying these satellites with the educational payloads. And oh, by the way, did I mention each of these also have FM repeaters or mirror transponders on them? So it kind of turns things around a little bit. Our goal isn't to fly FM repeaters or linear transponders. Our goal is to do the right thing, and our reward is getting the FM repeaters and the linear transponders that we love to use. So, I mean, that's the perspective I have to take to the outside world and talking to the would-be benefactors to raise the money that we need. And I worked with the predecessor of Best Buy for a while. And one of the most important things I learned in working with the venture capitalists there said, there is no shortage of money. There's just a shortage of good ideas. So the money's there, we tell the story right, we'll get our fair share of it to fly our mission and do the right thing and encourage the youth to become interested in amateur satellites and amateur. You notice I used the magic number 210 a couple of times. Let the people have asked me, well, Frank, you're not targeting the schools. How are you going to promote this thing? Well, as it just so happens, there's 210 major television networks in the United States. We're all full networks over there. So our plan is to partner with local television stations in order to bring our message to the public. How does this work? Well, every TV station, aside from looking for something to put in their file, write it, how much time? No time and out of time? Okay. Executive summary here. The weather people are always looking for, the station manager is looking for a way to engage their audience. They send their worker personalities out to school to do this like form in the bottle experiment. We will partner with the local television stations. In turn for them promoting our program, they will be able to use our material, get a link back there to our server. It'll look like a Dalton 9 News program. And they get some mileage out of being a good citizen locally. We get the publicity that we no way we can afford. Okay? And these 210 stations are the ones that host those SDRs and those CubeSat simulators. They have the technical staff to do it. So far, the response we've been getting to the stations we've been talking to is great. I'm out of time. Thanks. Come by the booth and we'll talk some more.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alan Johnson, KU2Y, and I'm MSAS Vice President for Educational Relations. I'm also an Associate Teaching Professor at DARA University in Pennsylvania. So it's a real pleasure here to be back at Hamvention and to be talking about education and we'll be talking about the CubeSat Simulator program. So we're going to go through some slides. And we're going to spend most of our time doing some live demos. So of course things are going to fail. No doubt about that. But that's the fun of live demos. If you want to see everything working 100%, then stop over by the MSAT booth, and you can see things there. So I just first want to thank my assistants here, three of my students from Villanova, Holly, Mark, and Audrey. So thanks to them for helping me demo. We shifted things around a little bit because they were taking their license exams this morning. So Mark has already passed. And Holly and Audrey, we're still waiting, right? Okay, so fingers crossed for them. So hopefully we'll have two new hands. Also, I just need to take a moment to thank the rest of the CubeSat Sim team. There's so many people that have helped out. One of the key people is Pat Kilroy, who's here. He basically helped me kick off the new CubeSat Sim program a few years ago. Was really instrumental in doing that. So thank you, Pat. Also, Jim McLaughlin is here as well. He's from Zoom Radio, many of you might know him. He was also instrumental in a recent redesign of the hardware that we did, along with David as well. And I'll also just call attention to the new, I have a team working on some educational materials. So things like lesson plans, presentations, notes for teachers, and people that want to incorporate satellite and radio technology into STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math education. So this group is just getting going. We will hopefully have some great materials to share. And then just so many other people that have helped out, especially our beta builders, those who build the CubeSat simulators and then provide feedback on how to make things better and easier. So thank you to all of them. This project would not be where it is without all of their efforts. Okay, so these are the topics. As I said, mostly we're just going to go through a few slides to introduce for those of you who aren't familiar with the CubeSat simulator, and then we'll jump into our demo here. So what is a CubeSat sim or a CubeSat simulator? It's basically a program here at AMSAT to get science, technology, education, and math out there for students and for students of all ages. It's already being used in college engineering programs. It's used by hands, and we're just hoping to get it all over the place, including libraries, maker fairs, museums, anywhere that people go to learn, or anywhere that people like to build things or make things. That's where we like to get the CubeSat stuff. So in design, it's a low-cost satellite emulator, and it's got, you can see here, it's got working solar panels, rechargeable batteries, and it transmits real telemetry. If you have a radio here, you can turn it on later when we do the demo. We'll be transmitting in the 70-centimeter band, 434.9 megahertz. So feel free to turn on your radio for some stereo effects here. So the CubeSat simulator itself, if you took it out of the frame, it's a 3-board stack, and it includes a single-board computer, a Raspberry Pi Zero, an Arduino microcontroller, and various sensors. And it transmits real telemetry, and it emulates the real signals that on-orbit satellites transmit. So you can actually use the real software tools that AMSAT and others use for receiving telemetry from space. So it's a great training tool if you're interested in In satellite telemetry, if you're interested in slow scan TV, you can basically learn everything using this and then apply that to the signals coming from space. So this is an image of the main board there that plugs into the Raspberry Pi. It has 8 voltage and current sensors. Those are the purple boards there. It has a battery controller and also a boost controller to give the 5 volts that the Raspberry Pi needs. This is the battery board. We use 3 cells of nickel metal hydride. We do not use lithium batteries, even though lithium batteries are better. Nickel metal hydride batteries are very safe. You don't have to declare them when you ship them. And if students make mistakes, such as shorting wires together, you don't get a fire. We had an interesting incident with my freshman class this year, where they soldered a connector with the batteries in place, and they accidentally bridged it. So we had about 5 amps flowing from these batteries. The trace of the PCB glowed like a toaster. So yeah. But there was no fire at all. And those batteries actually continue to work. So nickel metal hydride batteries are very safe, and that's why we use them. The STEM payload board has the sensors and the microcontroller. We use an Arduino compatible. And we do this separate from the Raspberry Pi so that you can write the payload code separately. So the housekeeping software runs on the Pi, and then you can write the payload software. And we made this to be extensible, so you can add your own sensors to it and make it do whatever you want. And the ground station that we use, that we recommend, is the Box in the Box, which some of you are familiar with. That's software by Chris Thompson and Burns Fisher, who many of you know. And the Box in the Box is all this software pre-installed on a Raspberry Pi SD card. So all you need is a Raspberry Pi, a software-defined radio, such as an RTL SDR, and then you just plug this card in, turn it on, and it's fully configured. And that's what we use. I have one running off stage, and I'll be showing it to you. And it has all this software here, including Box1, Direwolf, OpenWebRx, Cubic SDR, gPredict, and KLA tracker. So all kinds of good things. And just like the CubeSat Sync project, the Box in the Box is fully open source as well. So you can download the software and install it and run it. Okay, it's time for our demo here. So let's see how we go. So I'm going to turn on my radio here, 434.9 megahertz. And so the first thing we need to do is to launch our CubeSat. And to do that, we take the loop before plug. Okay, and so thank you, Mark, for doing that. In the meantime, here I'm going to pull up. Here it is. So this is the Box in the Box software. And I'm going to run Box Tone here, and then we'll say start. It takes about 30 seconds to do. Oh, that's not up there. Thank you for telling me, because mirroring just turned off. Oh, here we go. Okay, that was the CW ID. I'm just going to do it again. If you look down the bottom here, okay, actually, okay, so that is now transmitting. And there is the signal there. And right now it's just transmitting a carrier, which is what it does during its startup. And I know that because the eye diagram and the data here just looks like noise. There she goes. So you hear that? People call that a rumbling sound. It's a bit noisy. Oh, that's in mode 3. Okay, we're going to start with mode 3 here. So I'm currently set up here to do frequency shift keying, data under voice, which is the mode that 4 out of the 5 Fox CubeSats that AMSAT launch used. This is the one with the FM satellites, AO91, AO92, AO95, etc. but it is not decoded here. That's what I'm set to, because I need to switch to binary phase shift keying. This is the mode that Fox 1E, that AO109 used, and also all the golf satellites that Jerry was talking about. So let me switch. Let me say stop, and I'll select BPSK Fox Husky, and start. There we go. Now we're locking in here. See the signal here? This phasor diagram here, it should be basically two dots, because one's for phase is for 0, the other phase is for 1. And if you look here at the waveform, this kind of looks like a binary waveform, right? See how it's like 1s and 0s going back and forth? All right, so let's take a look here. So it says telemetry payloads decoded 9, but we just jumped to 12. So we're decoding payloads here. And if we take a look, let's have a look at the telemetry. So right now the battery voltage is 4.2 volts. That's pretty healthy for three nickel metal hydride cells. That's basically fully charged. That was probably negative. That's interesting. Oh, that's because simulated telemetry is on. Okay, that's interesting. This CubeSat is woken up. This happens sometimes when you launch a CubeSat. It wakes up in some unknown state. In this case, it's woken up in its simulated telemetry mode. So that's kind of interesting. I was going to demo this later, but I guess I'm demoing it now since the satellite shows this. So in simulated telemetry mode, instead of sending the telemetry based on the actual solar panel currents and voltages, temperatures, and things like that, the software just generates them. And it generates pseudo-realistic values. And so like right now, I can see that there is a negative current to the battery. It says minus 204 milliamps. So the negative current means the battery is being charged, right? The current is flowing into the battery. Power is going in. And if I look here, I can see that the solar panels are supplying current, quite a lot of current actually. Let's see, take a look at it here. One of the great things about Fox Slim is that it does these real-time graphs for you. Okay, so those are what's called. I need 1.6. So you can see those four curves are the current from the four solar panels around it. And this is simulating the CubeSat spinning in space in front of the sun. And so as each panel faces the sun, you get a peak in the current. And then as it rotates away, that current drops to 0. So you can see from this how it's repeating. And all these peaks are roughly the same. That tells me that it's basically rotating on the z-axis. And you see there's a small current there. That is that's the plus z. So it's slightly tilted on the z-axis there. But of course you can see it's not. It's actually not tilting there. Okay. Oh, now what happened? You can see the currents suddenly drop to 0. Right? There's no current coming out of the solar panels. So I think in the simulated telemetry, the CubeSat has moved from being illuminated in the sun to being in eclipse. So it's moved behind the Earth, and so there's no illumination on any of the panels. So now if I take a look, now you can see that the battery current is 189 milliamps. So the battery current is positive, indicating the battery is supplying power. So while there's no power coming in from the solar panels, that means that the battery is basically supplying the power, and the battery needs to keep supplying the power until its orbit brings it back into the sun again. So, all right, so let's try another mode here. We started off in BPSK, which is 3 blinks. So now let's go to 2 blinks. We call it blinks because the way you change the mode is you press and hold the push button, and the little green LED blinks. It blinks once, twice, 3 times. And if that blinks twice, then we should be in mode 2. Now, having restarted, it's going to do the CW. So it's giving the CWID again. By the way, anybody catch the call sign? Yeah, that's right, W3ZM, that's the AM South call sign. Okay, now we're good. Now that is the freight train sound. That's the sound of data under voice, which is the telemetry that happens on the FM satellites, and it basically goes on in the background when voice contacts are happening. So people are talking, exchanging call signs and grid squares, and your radio normally filters out these low frequencies, so you don't even hear it. But in this case, it's so strong that my radio is picking it up. And also, you see that we've lost our phasor diagram here because Fox to 1 is in the wrong mode. So I'm going to hit stop, and I'll switch back to frequency shift keying, data under voice. There we go. That looks better. So we see the eye diagram is wide open. We have about 9 dB, 9 decibels of signal to noise ratio. So that's extremely healthy. Normally on a satellite, we would not get anything that strong, but we're only transmitting across the room here. So that's why that's so strong. And now we can look under the frequency shift key tab here, and you see about every 4 seconds, currently there's 6 frames of telemetry, and then about every 4 seconds you see a little pattern. Okay. All right, so let's do one more mode. Let's put it into 1 blink mode. So 1 blink mode is APRS. And so we're going to power up here. And I'm going to run DARA. And let's use that simulator. I could select the standard APRS frequency if I wanted to. And let's see if we hear the APRS packets. There we go. That's what APRS sounds like 1,200 bits per second. Yep. There we go. And we can see it's decoding here. W3ZM-11. So I'm going to switch to the web SDR. This is a really nice application known as Open WebRx. I really like this application for demonstrating. It looks like an SDR software-defined radio interface. But it's access to a web page. And once you start it up, students can actually connect that. So this is just the Chromium web browser. But if you were on the network, you could fire up your web browser even on your phone, and you would get the same interface here. And you can click around, but it's just a very simple SDR. And if I click on it here, this will put it into APRS mode. And it will decode the packets as they come in. So see, there's the first packet getting decoded. And the other cool thing about this is that it's got a received coordinates in the APRS packet. And if I click on that, it's going to map them in real time. So it's a really nice application. And it has decoders for all different modes, including FTA, Whisper, all kinds of different things. So OpenWebRx is a really great software package for doing demos. Oh, this is not going to display because I'm not on the internet here. That's bad. Okay. I promise you this would okay. So anyway, this would show us a map, and it'll have the coordinates here of Z. Okay, so let's do our final mode here, which is 4 clicks. Let's put it in that mode. So this is the slow scan TV mode. This is one of the most popular modes, and it's also the one that we've had doing demos for this whole Hamvention because it's a lot of fun. Slow scan TV, especially the ones from the ISS, are just really great fun because the ISS is so strong. You can get a grainy signal just with an antenna indoors. If you go outdoors with some kind of directional antenna, like a Yagi or an Arrow, then you can get perfect looking slow scan TV images. So this is, hopefully this will be the sound of slow scan TV. There we go. Right, all these different tones. And so now I'm going to switch to slow scan TV. And so note the software, you can click on the ISS frequency if you're trying to use the software to get the images from the ISS. I'll select CubeSat here. And I'll turn that off because that gets annoying. And we'll see. So the first image that it transmits when you put it in this mode, it just does a stored image. And if your CubeSat Sim does not have a camera, then it just does a whole series of stored images. But this one has a camera, and I should place it so it's not facing the audience here. Yeah, you can just put it down. Yep, that side there has the camera. So in a few seconds, it will snap a picture with the high camera and then the transmit. But as I said, the slow scan TV, it's just a lot of fun for doing it. But it does not transmit any telemetry. Okay, smile everybody. Actually, only the front row is smile. Okay, so it's taking a little. So I'll do a problem and some victims for the next photo. We'll be ready there. And in the meantime, we can watch this one. Have about 25 seconds to go over this thing. It's upside down. Okay. Yeah, Audrey, you should flip it right side up so the antennas are down. There we go. You see those chairs on the ceiling? Okay. There we go. Yeah, those are clever chairs on the ceiling. Okay, I'll just take a minute here to show you. There's also something called the CubeSat Sim Lite, which is this one. If you've been to the Hamsat booth, you would have seen it. It's the same as the CubeSat Sim, except it only has the transmitter part. It doesn't have any sensors. But you plug it into a Raspberry Pi, and it will generate all the radio signals. So you can have a lot of fun with it. If you plug a camera in, it will do slow scan TV. And AMSAT has them fully assembled, so you just plug it into your own replica. Ready for the picture? It's about to happen. So these are good for if you don't feel like building the CubeSat Sim itself, or just to get going with it. Okay, you can bring it back on your thing. Okay, so let me just switch back here to my slides. So again, the CubeSat Sim project by AMSAT, you can get involved if you want to. We're on Twitter. We use the hashtag CubeSat Sim. Let's check in here. Oh, there we go. There's some good looking people. AMSAT has CubeSat Sim rotors where we have everything, including the turntable, the lamp, the ground station. So if you have an event where you want to take it into a classroom, just contact me. And if you're an AMSAT member, you can borrow it. Let's check in again on our decode. Oh, there we go. All right. I'll have to shut this to very good. Thanks for being good sports. And as I mentioned, we're If you're aware of groups that would be interested in this, universities, colleges, makerspaces, reach out to them. And of course, you can build one too if you want. It's fully open source. All right, so we have a couple minutes for question and answer here. Any questions? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's about $400 in parts for everything. Just the light board fully assembled is $65. And it's a bit tricky these days, sourcing parts. The hardest one is, why does it keep turning off the mirror? There we go. So the hardest part to find now is the Raspberry Pi Zero. But otherwise, at this minute, check the time and date, you can get all the other parts. But that could change though, because things are kind of crazy. What's that? You have to be the Zero. You don't need the Zero for the light board, but for it to fit inside the frame and to run off the batteries, it does have to be the Zero. It could be the Zero 2, if you got one of those. It could be the Zero W, but it's got to be a Zero form factor. It has to be the Zero. Okay, well, thank you very much, everybody.
All right, that's going to conclude our forum for today. I want to thank all of you for attending. We're going to open up the last minute questions. But remember, AMSAT is an all-volunteer organization. So if you're an AMSAT member, then we'd love you to come help us out. And if you're not a member, then stop by the booth and we'll get you signed up. Any questions? Again, thank you for coming, and thanks for all the presenters. like that. Is this somebody's laptop up here? I know.
Mark's coming over. He may leave a little early to try to get around tomorrow.
Well, it seems to be about 1:50, so we'll go ahead and get started. There is a point to the contraption I'm showing you here on the screen. We'll get to that later in the presentation, but it's not just to put you into a deep hypnotic trance. One more deal I got plugged in here. Things. All right, I'm Michael Burnett of AF7KB, and I'm the author of the popular license training programs called the Fast Track series. Also the author of this little book on ham radio propagation, which is our topic today. Now, we also have a book that's called The Fast Track to Getting Started in Ham Radio. That's propaganda. That's propaganda for people thinking about getting into the business propagation. So if you're looking for propaganda, you're in the wrong. So what is propagation? Well, my take on it is pretty simple. It's propagation is everything that happens to your signal between the transmitting antenna and the receiving antenna. And really, if things happen to it, and once that deal leaves your antenna, it's on its own, and whatever happens, happens. Different things happen based on where the signal starts its journey, what's in the path of its journey, and what frequency the signal is. Now, maybe a more useful question than that, though, is not what is propagation, but what is propagating? What is this stuff that we're sending out into the universe? What's the nature of that radio signal? Understanding that, is pretty key to understanding propagation. Of course, the answer turns out to be anything but straightforward. Radio signals and light are dual nature. In fact, they are so confoundingly strange that language sort of breaks down when we try to describe it. We could say radio signals consist of particles and or they consist of waves. Even that tortured syntax doesn't quite convey the real duality of these things that we so casually fling out into the universe. Fair warning, it's going to get a little weird. We can do experiments that absolutely prove that radio signals are waves and not particles. Waves, like this, not particles. This is a particle. This is a wave. Those are nowhere near alike. One of these things is not like the other. Neither of them is like the other. Now, also do experiments that prove that they are just the opposite. We can prove that radio signals are waves and absolutely cannot be particles. And we can prove that radio waves are particles. It cannot possibly be waves. That's weird. Now, we're not going to try to get into all the physics of this. In fact, if there are any physics professors here today, let me say right out front that I have taken some liberties with some of the physics involved in this in order to serve the multiple interests of time, intelligibility, and minimum mathematics. So we're not going to try to resolve the dualistic nature of light and electromagnetic waves here today. There's no treasure down that hole anyway. Unless you can do it, then you get the Nobel Prize. Pretty unlikely. Instead, since we can interpret a radio signal as either a wave or a particle, well, that's at our convenience. So we'll use that fact to further our understanding of propagation. The good news, though,
is that you can think of any mode of propagation as either a wave phenomenon or a particle phenomenon, whichever makes the most sense to you. In the book, we cover over a dozen distinct modes of propagation and several subsets of those modes. We're not going to cover all those today because we're in Dayton. There's 10,000 things to see, so try and get through this quickly. Instead, we look at a handful of modes, and along the way, we'll know whether we can apply the particle model or the wave model to better understand these modes. We start down here on the ground, work our way up to the sky. So let's start with ground wave propagation. This one's a favorite of the top banders, the folks on 160 meters. A ground wave leaves the transmitting antenna, and at least for a while, it follows the curvature of the Earth. It does what? They told us that radio waves are like light, and light goes in a straight line. How does it follow the curvature of the Earth? In fact, don't radio waves always travel in a straight line? So, spoiler alert, no, almost never. We learned early on in our radio education that radio waves travel at the speed of light, right? And that's true as far as it goes. It's just that the speed of light isn't always, well, the speed of light. So, to create a ground wave, we need an antenna. And the vertical is generally the superior choice here. And we need ground radios. Think of that system as inducing a wave that's partially in the air and partially in the Earth. Part of the wave passing through the Earth is moving more slowly than the part that's moving through the air. It's kind of like when you have a hand on an escalator and your hand starts leading the body up the escalator. So the whole wave leaning over like this as it travels across the Earth. Eventually, it's going to collapse, or it's going to leave here and then take off and become what we would expect, which is a straight line wave. For a while, it hangs in there. I mentioned the top banders. Those folks on 160 meters are very interested in ground waves. There's a real good reason. They can provide excellent propagation in the near range. They're good out to about 50 miles. Now, if you're a 160-meter fan, they'll come up afterwards and go, I got out 150 miles. I don't doubt it. But generally speaking, we're talking about 50 miles of range. Ground wave propagation is superbly dependent. Ground waves don't fade. They don't disappear if you get a building between you and the transmitter most of the time. And they don't stop working because the sunspots are having a bad day or a bad decade. So how do we create these ground waves? Well, commercial AM stations operating down there just below our 160 meter band spend lots of money, big bucks, to create strong ground waves. Now, why do they do that? Because advertisers are local, and there's no money in producing skywaves with a commercial AM station. So they want ground wave and as much of it as possible. They do. They have massive ground radio systems under their vertical antennas. Typically, they'll have 120 quarter-wave ground radios. That's a quarter wave somewhere down there in the 200-meter range. 120 of them, one every 3 degrees. That's a lot of expensive copper. It's worth it for a commercial AM station. For us, that's not going to be real feasible for most of us. More economical solution for us, and perfectly workable at our 160 meter frequency, maybe up into 80, is the inverted L antenna. This has a horizontal element and a vertical element
and ground radios that are more along the lines of what most of us are accustomed to in ham radio, by which I mean they fit into our backyard and they're not necessarily all a quarter wave long, but there's some ground radio under that antenna that will help you create a ground wave. Ground waves depend on ground conductivity. Lousy ground conductivity means lousy ground wave. Good ground conductivity gives you a great ground wave. Well, that varies around the country. Yes, fantastic piece of art, believe it or not, up until just a few years ago, was the official FCC map of ground conductivity in the United States. And if you wanted to build a commercial AM station, you used that map to predict the propagation of the station. They have a little more sophisticated tool now. Take color and everything. But take a look. You can see right up here through the center of the country, Oklahoma, Nebraska, and clear on up into the Dakotas. Really great ground conductivity. So the numbers you're looking at, you can see them. That's 30 moles per meter. 30 moles of conductivity, or 30 Siemens of conductivity per meter. Out here in my home in Seattle, Washington, it's about 2 moles. It's really terrible country for ground wave. It's kind of, why are you even trying? And on the East Coast, we see about the same thing. So it's right through the middle. So if you want to produce a great 160-meter ground wave, have the foresight to live in this area right in here. You would think Seattle, by the way, would have very conductive ground, given that we're a kind of soggy place. Or a soggy place, especially this year. But all that water has washed all the minerals out of the ground, and so it's not very conductive at all. In fact, the guy who kind of vetted all my information on grounding in our books was grounding technician and then supervisors for a telecom company, and they ended up putting in multiple ground rods to get decent grounds because our ground conductivity is terrible. So, choose the right operating frequency is your next step. From about 1.8 megahertz up to 5 megahertz for our frequencies, that's where you can make ground waves work. Over 5 megahertz, not really that great. So, even at 5 megahertz, if you create a ground wave, it's probably not going to go that far before it stops being a ground wave. So, 160 meters, yes. 80 meters, maybe. 60 meters, not totally impossible. 40 meters, not going to be happening. All right. Now, let's touch a little on VHF, UHF propagation, in case we have some technicians in the crowd or some folks who like to play on those bands. We all learn about line of sight propagation when we do our technician exam, right? Line of sight. If you want to hit that repeater, it must be in your line of sight. Well, I would be so bold as to state right in front of all of you that line of sight is a rare phenomenon in ABT. It almost never happens. There's no such thing as line of sight propagation in most locations most of the time. For most of us, the predominant form of VHF, UHF propagation is not line of sight, it's terrestrial scattering. Our signals being affected by goodness knows how much stuff out here in the world. This building, the trucks parked out in the lot, the camper that just drove by, the mountains, the trees, everything affects VHF, UHF signals and scatters it around. Carrie and I, my wife and I, live on the back side of a hill relative to our club repeater. And on paper, there is no way our signal gets to that repeater from our house. This is a radio path. That's us. Over on the right-hand side there, that's a big chunk of basalt between us and the repeater over here on the left, just up on top of a pretty good size tall building, but not tall enough for us to see over the top of that mountain. And yet, we're on our club net just about every week. Jerry hosts her weekly YL net every week, and she's part of the rotating net control for our Sunday night net every week. All of that's from our house. How are we doing that? Well, our best guess is we're either knife-edge diffracting over this, which seems pretty unlikely, or, much more likely, we're bouncing off a mountain that's about 10 miles north of our home, another of our big chunks of basalt, that has a clear shot to our house and a clear shot to our repeater. Now we have another member who's down about here, relative to this hill and to our repeater, and also gets on the net every week. We know they're bouncing off that mountain 10 miles north. In this sort of propagation, we use the particle model. We can think of our signal bouncing around, all the stuff ricocheting around reality. Great model. You have to think about waves. Now, another way our VHF, UHF signals get to places beyond the line of sight is tropospheric scattering. Our atmosphere is usually not perfectly homogeneous. Think of it more like a cup of coffee in which you just poured some cream, but you haven't stirred it yet. There's all kinds of temperature differences and therefore pressure differences within our atmosphere. Well, where there are discontinuities, there is refraction. Refraction happens at discontinuities. There's no refraction happening down here. There's no refraction happening up here. But we can see a little bit of refraction happening at that discontinuity between the atmosphere and glass, and a lot happening in the discontinuity between water and the air. So discontinuities are where refraction happens. That's going to apply to this, also going to apply to the ionosphere. Think of refraction as a bending of the signal's path. If you bend that signal enough times, chances are good it ends up headed back toward Earth. Even if it's just bent a little bit each time. Tropospheric scatter, or its fans, troposcatter, doesn't often work in our favor, but typically it's just a source of multipath. Like a terrestrial version of sporadic E, every once in a while the conditions come together and it opens up, much to the delight of VHF, UHF, and even microwave DXs. Now, I think all those forms of scatter are best understood with that particle model. The ping-pong ball model, if you will. That was this. I have more. Let's look at something that's probably best understood with the wave model. That is the Fresnel zone. The Fresnel zone was named for this happy French fellow, Augustine Jean Fresnel. Discovering this apparently filled him with joy. Just can't tell. The Fresnel zone is a zone where interference can happen to your signal. Explain. Here's a nice, clean, open path between, let's say, a transmitter over here and a receiver over here. Receiver over here. South side of the building. How often does that happen? Those of you who put up transmitter installations, how often do we get that kind of a clear path? Not often enough is the answer, right? It seems like there's almost always obstructions of some sort. Yet somehow, radio communications do continue to work, day in, day out. So the question is, how bad is bad when it comes to signal paths? there's actually a reasonably simple formula to model the zone between the transmitter and the receiver that needs to be fairly free of obstructions to produce a useful signal at the receiver. It's called the Fresnel zone. Now, what you're seeing here is not the transmitting pattern of the transmitting antenna. That is the zone that needs to be clear of obstructions for there to be a solid signal into that receiver. If something reflective impinges on that zone, that Fresnel zone, signal quality degrades. Now, the truth is, I'm only telling you half of the story right now, but stand by, we'll get to chapter 2. Now, we've had another mountain appear. These things happen. In this picture, that mountain in the middle is going to seriously impede the transmission, even though there is a perfectly clear line of sight between the transmitter and the receiver. Look, you can stand on that mountain with your binoculars and see that receiver perfectly well, and yet, telling you that signal is going to be seriously interfered with. Why is that? Well, simple answer is that mountain in the middle is going to create an interference pattern that will cancel part or even all of the signal. You can calculate the radius of the Fresnel zone at any point along that signal path with a reasonably simple formula that looks like this. Radius equals 1/2 of the square root of lambda t. Lambda being the frequency which you want to use, and d being the distance from either the transmitting antenna or the receiving antenna, whichever is closer. The rule of thumb is that 60% of the Fresnel zone needs to be clear in order for a useful signal to be produced at the receiver. So for a practical number, add a little conversion factor to the formula, and now radius equals 1/2 of the square root of lambda d times 0.6. But how might this apply in the real world? First, I do realize you're very unlikely to be calculating the Fresnel zone between your car's dual band radio and your local repeater. Okay? I know that's not going to happen. But let's take a potential real-world scenario. Let's say we want to build a permanent auxiliary transmitter that's going to send some signals up to a repeater up on top of a local mountain. We do a path study on one of the several computer programs that are available to do this kind of thing. You can find these on the web for free, by the way. And we end up with something like this. Here's our transmitter, here's something, some sort of a peak here, but there's still a line of sight, and up here is the receiver. Great. 12 kilometers from the receiver, what I've marked as point A. Here's the question. We have 20 meters of clearance over the top of that peak. What frequency do we need to use to put a solid signal up to the receiver? A social complication arises. Bob, because it's always Bob. It's our club member. Bob has been a ham since they invented lightning. Bob has in his garage, he's pretty sure, slightly dusty, but really pretty magnificent, old Heathkit 2-meter radio. $179.95 back in the day. Now he is reluctant to part with this potentially priceless antique. However, another social complication, his wife would really like to see that thing done. So, he has offered it to our club. Do we take him up on this almost irresistible offer? Well, let's do some math. The radius of the Fresnel zone that we need clear is 1/2 times 2 meters is the frequency we want to use, the wavelength of the frequency we want to use. meters of distance from the receiver times 0.6 gives us, we need 47 meters of clearance over the top of that mountain. We have 20. Bad news for Mrs. Pop. And these kids could be staying in the garage, gathering dust. Now, I've had personal, and I will tell you, rather stressful experience with the Fresnel zone. I was working at a commercial FM station in beautiful downtown San Diego. We were moving the studios from one downtown building to another. There's our building, and there's our signal path up to some extraordinarily expensive real estate overlooking La Jolla, California. If you've ever been there, you can imagine what the rent was on that, but we were pretty successful stations, so it was worth it. It turned out that the top of this round building you can just see there was just clipping the edge of our signal path. So we stick our microwave dish up, we switch it on, we get nothing but noise. We're a little nervous now. Well, we do some quick math, which, you know, we're looking at
Only like feedback.
and it turns out this thing's sticking right into our bells. Well, we rather hastily got another section of tower and rather hastily did some construction.
Okay.
All of it strictly
DARA live streaming
controlled, and I
Hamvention.
assure you with all
That's
the
what I
necessary
figured it out.
permits.
I'm gonna check.
And we were back in business. Now, I told you I'd get to the other half of the story, and this is it. The interference patterns created by impingements in the zone are necessarily destructive. There are some points in there where the impingements are actually constructive. The interference pattern becomes constructive, and your signal actually gets stronger. Well, given all the measurements that we could take, because we couldn't go climb that building, we always suspected that we hadn't managed to raise that antenna enough to really clear the Fresnel zone, but just enough to make the interference constructive rather than destructive. Good enough for us, because boss didn't come up and throw us off the top of the 14-story building. There was some question about that. All right, that gets us to what I guess is the big topic when it comes to propagation, at least for us. That is, dramatic music, the ionosphere. To be an active HF operator is to have a relationship with the ionosphere. For some people, it's a pretty turbulent relationship, too. Very emotional relationship. Here's the ionosphere. The ionosphere is the second highest part of Earth's atmosphere. The absolute top layer is the exosphere, and really that's just the transition to deep space. There's not much of interest for us up there. The ionosphere starts about 30 miles or so above the surface of the Earth, and it goes clear on out to about 1,000 miles above the surface of the Earth. The air is very, very thin up there, compared to the thick air down here, to the tune of anywhere from 100,000 times thinner to over 1 million times thinner. Where am I? Okay. All right. Solar radiation, the Earth's geomagnetic field, terrestrial weather, and the ionosphere's own weather patterns come together in that region and create our ionosphere and thus our propagation. 4 big, complex forces coming together in one spot. Things get a little complicated. So, let's take it one at a time. Solar radiation, of course, comes from the sun. And the sun is constantly bombarding us and the rest of the solar system with radiation. In the case of the ionosphere, what we're interested in is the ultraviolet and X-ray radiation coming off of the sun. The solar wind also has its effects on the ionosphere, as well as the occasional blasts of high-energy particles from solar storms, kind of gusts in the solar wind. All right, the Earth's geomagnetic field, this is how we learned it in school, right? It's a lovely picture. It's symmetrical, it's orderly, and it's completely not what the magnetic field is all about. It's not how it is. The Earth's geomagnetic field is a constantly shifting and wobbling thing. The result, probably, I'm completely sure, of what is basically a giant floppy generator at the center of the Earth. This is a computer model generated by a supercomputer of what the magnetic field really looks like. You can see, as that core sloshes and rotates in there, electrical currents are generated. We know where there's electrical current. Magnetism happens. And so those currents are flowing all over the place, and the magnetism practically ties itself in knots some places. Well, all that affects our ionosphere. All this tangling and untangling moves things around up there and affects the charged particles. Terrestrial weather can affect the ionosphere, both with massive air movements underneath, like hurricanes, big storms, but also, we think, like pumping ions up there from the tops of thunderstorms. This is one possibility for how sporadic heat happens. There are really cogent arguments for and against, but one possibility. Finally, there's ionospheric weather. This is really strange. That consists mostly of ferociously fast and strange winds. Down here on Earth, when the wind blows from the north, leaves go south, right? You would be very, very surprised if you were flying a kite and suddenly your kite turned around and flew into the wind. That just wouldn't make any sense. We don't expect that. But things are different up in the ionosphere. In the ionosphere, most of the matter is in a form called plasma. It's not a solid, it's not a liquid, it's not a gas, it's plasma. Atoms and mechanics and electrons drift off of them. Well, in a plasma, we can have a neutral wind, we can have an ion wind, we can have an electron wind, and all of those can be going in different speeds, in different directions, all at the same time. Complicates things. 4 semi-random forces interacting in a semi-random way do not add up to a system whose behavior is easily predicted nor easily understood. So before we started, I had a video playing on the desk for one of these contraptions. And it demonstrated this ring here, this outer ring swings back and forth, and it's connected to an inner ring that also wobbles around. Well, I had that up for a reason, because the motion of that inner ring is unpredictable. Literally unpredictable. You cannot make mathematics that will predict, say, the next 5 motions of that ring of the sun. Cannot be done. That's chaos theory. It's too dependent on initial variables, is what scientists say. So that is a version of a physics problem that's called the two-pendulum problem. A pendulum like this, attach another one to the bottom, and you swing it, and that turns out to be extraordinarily difficult and probably impossible to build mathematics for, to actually predict the motion of that second pendulum. 2 pendulums. Let me point out, this thing is about a foot wide. It's made of plastic. It cost me about $9. It's a pretty simple machine. And it's made of solids. The ionosphere, 4 non non-solid forces interacting at semi-random. That's a four pendulum problem. What I'm attempting to do here is gradually undermine your confidence in predictions that you read about propagation. So understand, we're good at predicting the climate of the ionosphere. We can give you a good overall picture of it, mostly because the dominant force of all of these four is solar radiation. We have a reasonably good handle on the effects, the overall effects of solar radiation. So we can generate at least some modestly, notice that word, modestly useful predictions, mostly with some vintage software known as Polycat. It was invented by the Voice of America. I would just caution you several times that even if the propagation prediction looks like this, and we've all seen this widget on websites, I hope, that doesn't necessarily make it so. So that gives you an overall picture. Tells you what generally propagation is going to be, but it does not tell you what propagation is going to be between your radio and Indonesia. It might say, hey, Indonesia's not real likely tonight, but it doesn't say it's impossible. Think about this. These forecasts have looked like this for over a decade now, mostly. The propagation forecasts have been almost universally for dismal propagation for a long time. Some of you have waited longer than others. And yet, DARA continues to send out those Century Club awards daily. Yeah, at least every week, they're sending out Century Club awards. People are getting QSL cards from overseas every day. Propagation continues to work. It just doesn't work as often as we would like. So it takes a little more persistence to store those contents. So what's going on up there in the ionosphere anyway? How does all this magic happen? Well, you have these ultraviolet X-ray radiation rays coming bombing in from the sun, and they knock electrons in air molecules out of their orbits and out essentially into free space where they float around for some amount of time. What was a space of neutral charge has become a space of not neutral charge. Free electrons carry a negative charge, of course the atoms carry a positive charge. For our purposes today, we don't care about the atom. It does not do much for us. Electrons. That's where the gold is. That's the stuff we're interested in. That's what refracts our radio signals. That's creating free electrons floating around in space. Nighttime ionosphere is different from the daytime ionosphere. Of course, in reality, it's all the same ionosphere with rotating underneath it, but experientially, it's a nighttime or daytime ionosphere. The part of the ionosphere where it's shadow. Here, not getting the solar radiation, the part on the sun side is getting. In fact, the whole lower part of the ionosphere, on the night side, doesn't have much going on in the way of free electrons at all because it's not getting much sunlight. This turns out to be really good news for us. That lowest layer is what we call the D layer. Why is it the D layer? Well, Edwin Hamvention first started researching the ionosphere. He discovered that there was a region at fairly consistent height above ground that would return E to electromagnetic waves, and so he called it the E layer. Later researchers just knew about the E layer. They found a lower layer, so I guess that's the D layer. There's no A, B, or C layer. There is an F layer. They found that one later. So during the day, we have D layer, then an E layer, then F1 and F2 layer. And on a summer day, it goes pretty hot. On a winter's day, things get down lower. And at night, the D layer goes away. The E layer gets weaker, and the F layer all blends into one. F1 and F2 become the F layer. Those layers' boundaries are constantly shifting. There's no set height for those. And they are defined by the rate of change in the electron density versus altitude, and by their behavior in regard to radial levels. So remember we saw the glass refracting the pencil? These layers are formed by rapid changes in electron density. That's what makes the refraction, large part of what makes the refraction. How come sometimes 20 meters works and sometimes 20 meters doesn't? Has to do with levels of solar activity. The easiest indicator we have for solar activity is sunspots. Simply put, more sunspots equals more solar activity equals better HF propagation. Understand, sunspots don't create propagation. They're just an indicator. They tell us that the sun is more active. It's shining a little brighter, taking more radiation. That tends to happen when there are sunspots. Sunspots are just a symptom of what's really creating the propagation. For reasons we really do not understand, solar activity and thus sunspots and good HF propagation follow a 22-year cycle, giving us peaks every 11 years. Or not. Sometimes the solar maximum is a dud, like this last one. This data ran out about 2011 or so, and that was the peak. That was it. It was downhill from there, and it's been flat down at the bottom ever since. Now, light. I hate to say anything because my students, maybe, possibly, see a higher cycle next time. It's possible. Sometimes the solar maximum doesn't show up at all. In fact, here, in what they call the Bonner minimum, let me tell you, nobody got their century club award in 1675. HF propagation is terrible. To understand what's happening to our radio signals in ionospheric propagation, I think it's useful to go back to our particle model of radio signals. To get a radio signal refracted, we need what you might call the Goldilocks combination of atmospheric density and solar radiation. Now, imagine a photon, one of our antennas, blasting up through the ionosphere. One of three things is going to happen next. One, your signal zaps straight through the ionosphere, never be heard from again. Two, the signal gets refracted back to Earth, yay. Or three, your signal gets absorbed by the ionosphere. It's like it gets a mattress and it never goes anyplace else. It's gone. It's actually turned into heat. When we get things to refract, then we get our signal to head back to Earth. I want to find the rest of this note here. There. Yeah. So we're transmitting on 20 meters. We're going to have a little fantasy here. For our fantasy, photon coming out of our antenna is 20 meters wide. It's a 20-meter wide photon. I talked to a physicist about this, and he said it's a perfectly valid way of thinking about it, so that's what we're going to go with. 20 meters wide, it takes off to the ionosphere, and there it encounters the electrons, free electrons, that are 19 meters apart. What happens? Something wonderful. That's what encounters a few more because it's bending and it's bending and it's bending, and the next thing you know, it's headed back toward Earth like we're in business. Looks something like this. Some of these rays are going up and penetrating the ionosphere, and some of these are making it back down to Earth. And of course, this in the middle is called the skip zone, and that's why we call this working skip. There's no signal there, there's signal over here. Now that is a simple version of ionospheric propagation. That's the phenomenon that makes worldwide HF propagation possible. Your signal has become what we call a sky wave, as opposed to a ground wave. In practice, that sky wave might come back to Earth, bounce off the Earth, head back up to the ionosphere, bounce again, and do that up to 5 times before it finally figures out. But what happens if our 20-meter photon flying out of our antenna flies up to the ionosphere and the electrons are 80 meters apart? Signals gone. So it's the spacing of those free electrons that makes the MUF. That's what determines our maximum usable frequency. The electrons are far apart, maximum usable frequency is lower. If they're close together, it's higher. So imagine you're holding a beach ball. Oh, look, I am. And it's 2 feet in diameter. It is. That beach ball is your signal. This is your photon. And you're trying to bounce it off a picket fence. Maybe you're blindfolded. Okay, I've set up a fake picket fence over here. We're going to do the experiment. But the fence's pickets are, an inch or 2 apart. Hey. It bounces right off. It's fantastic. But what if the pickets on the fence are 4 feet apart? Well, if I have that situation, my beach ball's smaller. More free electron density equals higher frequencies will bounce. So, does that mean 160 meters is the best DX frequency? Thank you. That's our lowest common ham radio frequency, right? It's the one with the colossal wavelength that's the biggest beach ball. That must be the best one for DX, right? Yes? Have I sold this idea? I got a couple of them. Yeah, a lot of you know. No, that's not exactly how it works. So, before I answer that question, here's an important element. Now, this might be something that seems like it's a distinction without a difference, but trust me, in a moment it's going to get really significant. So when we bounce a signal off the ionosphere, the signal does not get reflected. Not like, bouncing off the stage. It's not that kind of an interaction, really. What happens is your signal gets absorbed and then re-radiated. I would like to move to a transmitting antenna up a few hundred miles above the Earth. That's how this miracle works, right? So, here's the rule. In order to re-radiate your signal, an electron must remain a free electron and not rejoin an atom that's missing an electron, which it wants to do very much. Must remain a free electron for at least the duration of one cycle of your signal. If it rejoins an atom before one whole cycle has gone by, it takes the energy of your signal into the atom and uses it to work on the ionosphere. Your signal is gone. That's absorption. Even if it just bounces into a neutral atom, it loses some energy. So we want free electrons a long way away from each other and from neutral atoms. Actually, we want close to each other, but a long way from neutral atoms. or from ions. If that's not the case, your signal is wrong. In the upper layers of the atmosphere, of the ionosphere, free electrons can last for hours, days even. They can hang out for a long time because that air is so thin, they don't run into an ion that's missing an electron. If the atoms are close together, like down in the D layer, free electrons might only last a microsecond or less. At a microsecond, any frequency under 1 megahertz is too low and it gets absorbed. Since the 160 meter band starts at 1.8 megahertz, any recombination rate gets faster than about 2 microseconds. 2 microseconds is going to be 100% of our signal. Even one that's double, say 4 microseconds or 2 microseconds, chances are good our signal got there too late because half of them will already rejoin atoms. Now, of course, anything can happen with any individual free electron, but we can calculate the average rate of ionization and recombination for a given layer under given conditions, and that's how the propagation forecasts work. It's called plasma frequency. That plasma frequency, that determines the lowest usable frequency, the LUF. So now, you see there's 2 mechanisms at work. It's perfectly possible for the LUF to be higher than the MUF. Now you're trying to think of a number that's greater than 4 and less than 3. And not very many of those. Take a look at this. So longer waves tend to get absorbed more than shorter waves. Okay? Shorter waves keep the electrons close together. Longer waves really move far apart. Take a look at this layer by layer. So here's our D layer. In the D layer, we have lots and lots of molecules to ionize, but not much radiation to do so. What's that? The higher layers absorb lots of the radiation. Could use us we'd be getting from the X-ray. Most of the radiation gets absorbed up there, not much happens down here, so there aren't many free electrons, little yellow guys there, not many free electrons floating around. The ones that are floating around get reabsorbed fast. Since the MUF is determined by the amount of space between free electrons, and these are far apart, and the LUF is determined by the reabsorption rate, you can see the D layer does us not much good at all. Some people say the D layer is the dud layer. Now, move up to the E layer. The E layer, the molecules are thinned out. Radiation level is higher. Fewer layers absorbing radiation. And we have more free electrons, but we also still have relatively rapid recombination happening, although it's slower than in the D layer. So, during the day, most of the time, we can't get anything through the D layer that can be refracted by the E layer. That adds up to 0 or very limited daytime propagation from the E layer. However, the isolated pockets of very high free electron density occur up there in the E layer. We have possibilities for low VHF, 10 meters, 6 meters usually. And those frequencies can get through the D layer, and under those conditions, can be refracted by those isolated pockets of thick electrons in the E layer, and there we have sporadic E propagation. That's why we call 6 meters the magic band. All of a sudden, like magic, it's working. Lower frequencies won't work in sporadic E because the recombination rate is still too high for them to get through. It's too high for them to even. But in a sporadic E pocket, there are enough free electrons to refract the higher frequency Finally, there's the F layer. This is our the F layer, highest region of them all, up there where there's barely any atmosphere at all. Now the atmospheric density really good. Radiation is at its maximum. Lots and lots of free electrons get created, and it lasts a long, long time. Like I said, they can last for days. This is why the F layer is, with just a little help from the sun, thank you, rich territory for HF propagation. Plenty of free electrons, refract a wide range of frequencies, and the absorption rate very low. Here comes good news. Very good news. It looks like getting a pretty good start on the next solar maximum. That's real nice action, clear up into 10 meters, right? Some of you have been playing on 10 meters. Not constant, but it's been there off the bottom, which it wasn't for a long time. There's a chance that HF propagation is going to get better and better over the next few years. So, what are the techniques to take advantage of this happy circumstance? Well, the most important technique is highly technical. We want to make a note of this one, really advise that you take this very seriously. TX technique number 1, stay alive long enough for propagation to improve. Most important thing. Next most important, and if you've been a ham for more than, say, 15 minutes, you probably know what I'm about to say, is have the right antenna. Having a jazzy new HF radio is all well and good, but the risk of being skinned alive by the radio merchants over yonder, don't tell them I said this, people have been communicating all over the world for a long time with far less sophisticated radios than what's available for those folks. Having a high-power amplifier is very nice too, but unless it's hooked up to the right antenna, you're really wasting money. Okay, not much wonderful is going to happen. The object of the game, when it comes to atmospheric DX, is to get our signal to encounter lots of those free electrons at the F layer. So, takeoff angle, very important. Generally, the lower the better. So here's 3 different signals. The A signal is an NVIS antenna, NVIS antenna. It's actually designed to go straight up and maybe, we hope, communicate ionospherically with some reasonably close at hand ends. But it's going through the thinnest possible amount of ionosphere, so its odds are kind of slim. Now, signal B, taken off with a little lower takeoff angle, it gets bent, but it's also off to a galaxy far, far away. Different galaxy than A, but still far, far away. Signal C takes off practically skimming the horizon. It's going to make it all the way around that bend, and you're going to have a QSO with an earthquake. This is good. So, what magic antenna do you need in order to, how much money do you need to save up for the latest, greatest, guaranteed to produce waveforms and contain invisible unicorns antenna in order to take advantage of this DX? Here's good news. A good old long-wire dipole has a pattern that looks like this. Yes, the main one takes off at about 35 degrees. But you're only down 3 dB at a 15-degree takeoff angle. Folks, that's not bad. You could get some great DX with that setup. That long wire is going to cost you as much of a hunk as a hunk of wire. Or if you go over to the dealers and you buy a kit, you're still in business for a matter of dozens of dollars. Now, here's the catch. It has to be a properly installed long wire antenna. The look at my hands, properly installed, I underline it, properly installed. What do I mean by properly installed? Well, that means a good, solid, honest wave, 1/2 wavelength up in the air. You get lower than that, and what happens is that pattern tends to kick up. Also makes the antenna harder to tune and stuff like that. But want a good, solid, honest half wavelength if you can possibly get it. And you get 15-degree takeoff there. Pretty good. For those of us without any possibility of getting a dipole proper distance in the air to achieve that, and that includes speed, you would think, living in Washington State, I'd have a bunch of tall trees around, but we don't have that in our place. So, there's always the possibility of a vertical, or there's the possibility of a suboptimum installation. Suboptimum, yes. Look, if you can hang a wire up in the air, you can get on the air. Optimum is not required for ham radio. I guarantee you, if I went out, I expected about 90% of the stations represented in this room, I could find at least one thing that is suboptimal. I guarantee it's not this. I understand. But the rest of that, they have stuff in there, okay? Look, optimum's not required for ham radio. That's the point of ham radio. So if you can get something up that's suboptimum, get something up that's suboptimum, get on the air. Believe me, your success is going to have a lot more to do with your persistence and with the sun gods than it is with having the perfect setup. Of course, those of us with the budget and the space and the commitment, of course, there's the big tower with the big beam antenna at the top. And those are cool. They are great fun. But be clear, those are on the nice to have list. They're not on the need to have list. Unless your spouse is attending this talk. For them, I tell you, this actually is a need to have thing. My friend who inspired this little book has over 200 countries confirmed. 300 worked in his logbook. If you know him for about 15 minutes, he will complain to you about people who don't confirm QSOs. But double DXCC, he doesn't have one of those big, tall, 100-foot towers with the giant beam on the top. He has a tower. I will admit that it's about a 30-foot. And it has a tri-beam on the top. And then for 40 through 80, 40 and 80, he has a wire strung from the top of that tower to the top of his 2-story house. That is not the prescribed 130 feet above ground level for his 80-meter antenna. And yet, 200 countries work, 300 confirmed. How did he do this? Simple, he tells me. Every time he walks by his radio, he turns it on. And he calls CQ. It's not the most complicated routine I've ever heard, but it works. Okay? So, those propagation forecasts, lovely, nice to know, but turn on the radio and call CQ and see what happens. You may find out the propagation between you and someone's ham is a lot better than the propagation forecast says. But we've got about 15 minutes or 45 minutes or an hour or something, and we barely even skimmed the surface of the topic of propagation. But I hope I've at least given you the framework of a model to think about propagation. And if you walk away from here with nothing else, walk away with the notion that there are many, many possible paths to communication, no matter what band you're on. Now, they've scheduled you for an unseemly amount of time, so I'm more than happy to stand around and answer questions for a few minutes here. Otherwise, drop by our
And thanks so much for being here and for coming to Hamvention. And I am a late addition to the schedule tomorrow at around 10:30 in the morning. We're getting started in HF. So if someone you know wants to get started at HF, do Jeff or something like that, have them come to the talk. We have lots. Thanks. Any questions? What's that? Where that at? It's not like it's back taking foods. Yes, sir.
Trying to get above people's heads better. Plus, also help the reflection of light.
The question is, do I have anything to say about Dr. Scott McIntosh's new model of solar radiation? I haven't read it. Is it a prediction model? Yeah, okay. Remember what I showed about being impossible to predict little desk toy? That's what I think of prediction models. I think they're lovely. I think they're very entertaining. I watch Hamvention stuff all the time. She's wonderful. And you still got to turn on the radio and see what happens. Anything else? Yes, sir. Okay, the question is about the K and A numbers. It says he looks at the numbers every morning, and they don't seem to tell him anything about propagation. They generally don't. K and A are about disturbances in the geomagnetic field. So they're really about solar storms. You'll just see those kicked up when a solar storm happens, and what they'll tell you is you're out of the HF business for 24 hours. I was wondering how high those numbers have to be before they interfere with propagation. I don't know. It's been a year since I wrote the book and I didn't memorize it. Come by the booth, I'll look it up for you. Yeah, business is not you doing. Anything else? All at once? Yes. So the question is, why is it good to have more sunspots, more solar radiation? Why do you say that's good? And then the statement was, because that just changes the frequencies. Well, what it does is it widens the frequencies that we can use. So, not much solar radiation, narrows the frequencies we can use. We can even have a lowest usable frequency higher than the maximum usable frequency. So, the sunspots, extra radiation, with all that. Up to a point, then we can have solar storm all that. All right, folks, the D layer, you're not going to get any ADP propagation from the D layer, and if we get more energy, we're going to get even worse propagation. Is that how I say it, right? Yeah, that's true for the daytime. Nighttime, ADP is going to be great because the D layer is going to go away. I mean, the D layer is going to be a problem no matter what. Unless the sun gets really dim, then we'll have big problems. Because
Can I clarify why there's more favorable propagation if the MUF is high? So, okay, about that second. The propagation isn't really better, it's just available for higher frequencies if the MUF is high. Okay? And practically speaking, the MUF is more, as it goes higher, it's more likely to be above the LUF, which is, if we got that, nothing's going to happen. So we want the MUF higher than the LUF. Tens do not happen during the day, real dependently. Tends to happen more at night. But so the MUF going higher just opens up more bands. What? Ask me a question. Still puzzled. You mentioned the north-south propagation, we call it ray line propagation. And that happens, let me see if I can find that slide real quick. Somewhere back here, it's my model of the ionosphere. Oh, thank you all, folks. Enjoy the Hamvention. I have a full story. I'm sorry.
Yeah, nothing like letting the AC out. I came up with a saying yesterday. If I didn't hurt it, wouldn't be Hamvention. Yeah, I needn't bother going out to the flea market. Digital modes. Yeah, not good contrast. White letters on the red. Yeah, I agree. Oh, okay. Separate jacks.
Yeah. Or USB. Yeah. Only like 5 bucks for that adapter.
That's kind of unusual cameras push out USB video. That's kind of convenient. My camera puts out HDMI video, and I have to have an adapter to convert it into USB.
Has the USB and the HDMI. But you can't plug the receiver into your microphone input. Oh, I don't know. The microphone is passed on to the USB. It's a camera, not.
Well, we're in the learning mode here. We're doing a lot of things for the first time.
Well, that, I've only had the camera for a few weeks.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with it yet.
So,
Then my other projects at home, installing garage doors.
oh, those are fun.
And there's, yeah, I had a garage, installed a little garage, 36 by 30 garage, 10 into it.
Huh.
And had put 3 open doors, but they wanted like $500, almost $600 for each door. I just buy me a door for $300 and install it myself.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much trouble it was going to be.
The last time I did it was a long time ago. They were still heavy made out of wood.
Well, the doors were light. That was probably problems now.
Yeah.
Because on this one, well, the beam structure, yeah, the building is not even except for right at the door. And they need a beam this wide at the door. Okay? And it's right at the doorway. Not off the side of it, it's right at the doorway.
Yeah.
So the brackets, the door, are designed for a wooden, which you got about that far out from the doorway and all the brackets. Okay? I had to go and re-engineer it, flip, reverse the brackets, go in to mount the inside of the track, or actually the brackets going in the middle this way instead of going out that way.
It seems like there's two flavors of doors. One that's got the springs along the tracks, and the other has got a spring along the top.
Yeah, the one has spring on the top. Oh, that's sweet. You can drill and tighten it.
Many years ago, my uncle had to repair his, and myself and my dad and him were retightening the spring. We were doing it by hand. And the more we did it, the more I was convinced we were turning it the wrong way. It took me a lot of talking, but eventually got him to do it the correct way. We were just making it heavier and heavier instead of lighter and lighter.
Well, this one, you just put drill in it and you about 11 rounds.
Well, there's had holes on the end that you put a hole in,
Yeah.
and that one.
Well, this one just has a little, you can either do hooks in it, or you can do a nut driver on top of it. Either way, just turn your drill and go.
Well, that's a big improvement.
I installed whole doors myself.
Yeah.
That helped me.
Well, door betters get back open.
And the openers they got for are Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah.
Wi-Fi on them, so, and battery backup. Well, the battery backup doesn't last as long as I thought it would.
Yeah.
Door backup that you shut it.
So we decided, I guess, to leave that door. The door closer's broken on it. Yeah, I think when I write up my critique, it's going to be, there needs to be a spotlight on the speaker so we can shut the lights off around the screen and make it pop. I looked at what we taped yesterday, and on my viewfinder, he was nice and bright. You can see. When I actually looked at it on a full-size screen, it's grainy. It looks a little slightly out of focus. I blame the fact that it's really standing in subdued light. While all of them were just he, them, they. Yeah, they kind of want to go this way instead of this way. If I had my runners, those 2 rows that way would be shut off. Only the back 2 rows would be on. But for me right now, the pain comes when I stand up.
I'm just looking for somebody with his feet up on the chair, and there you were. How you doing today? Good to see you. Good to see you. I have been sitting for the past 6 hours. Wow. Helping them with the event. All right. Awesome. Good to see you. Good to get out of that. Not yet, but it really wants to. That's just a side benefit. And it was nice. It was, it was air conditioning. Did I go? No, that's long gone. Yeah. It's a kind of pressure. So I'm going to find out. No, that's a lot of stuff going on. And hundreds of people want to take tests. No, well, sort of. Oh, all right. I'm going to ask questions. Yeah. Just multiply that by. Yeah, well, I mean, they open at 9 in the morning, and I think they should. Yes, you can walk in and say, I'm here to test, and if there's room.
The actual testing room was just testing instructions. We have pretty much the whole church to deal with. So there's a lot of space to separate. There are problems.
Are all children not the proctors are BEs, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know how many did Chris have that year. I never even added them up. But there were a lot of people.
We have problems with
guy that was in charge of this
Yeah.
I didn't know him, but I knew his predecessor from the old DARA arena. Last time I talked to him in the old moldy rooms. So I was still on his list when whoever, I can't remember the fellow's name, but when he stopped doing it, he passed on a long time. This guy. And I was on that list. This was my vice president. No kidding. But I was on the other fellows, the original fellows list, because I worked it for at least 2 years, maybe more. And he would email me every year. And do anything for a while. I have a leg. But anyway, so it was, we had those, no, Laurel. You gotta be careful now how you say that.
Yeah, that's multi.
Yeah. I'm back. Yeah. And, same here. Yeah, it makes it real easy, but now the FCC is charging.
We're not dealing with money.
Which is a good thing, and I think Chris said something earlier on, that this is a wonderful thing out of the Well, yeah,
Now you're Laurel.
yes. And I hadn't thought about Laurel for maybe 4 years. It's been a long time. Maybe about 3 years ago. And so when he emailed me and said, you want to come see what I'm doing?" He says, you're on the list, I just checked. So, once you're on, I don't think you get off. That's right. So, yeah. And he's got quite a system there. I'm sure he's added a little bit and changed it to his own liking. That's what I figured. I don't know. Yeah. But that's the
Part of what makes it more sophisticated. They take out the software. And pretty much automated.
And we were several volunteers typing stuff in furiously, and then turning around and typing it, getting them in the system. A lot of people were new not in the system, but they had their MRN. And
But,
so they started all that stuff. And we had that once they passed that all right. Right. They did some yesterday that he didn't need it. Oh, yeah, all of that. Yeah, no. I did, I saw everything that I wanted to see here, and at least 60-70% of the blue market area. And radio.
I got last.
How much do you spend when you go out there? And I said, probably nothing. I have everything I need. And that's kind of something, right? No, and I really hope is
Hello and welcome to the digital Lowe's Forum. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. Our first speaker will be Phil Carnes, KK92, and Phil will be describing his multi-channel multicast SDR. Phil Carnes is president of the ARDC, a target combination supporting amateur radio to advance and manages the network radio. Phil is known for an amateur radio community for his work with K89Q network operating system, NOS, which is any network with a packet radio. That's thanks to your work with K89Q. He also provided a lot of software for Handset since 1980 that goes with all things related to amateur satellites. So let's please welcome Phil Carnes, KK92.
The power stays on. All right, yeah, I'm talking about a project I've been working on and off for the last several years during my retirement from Qualcomm. When you're trying from that kind of field, you never really stop working. You just start playing with yourself. So this is actually a retread of a talk I gave last year at the DARA ARL Communications Conference. Listen, okay, so what I've got is an SDR. There are many SDRs out there, so I didn't want to just duplicate what everybody else is doing. I wanted to find something different and interesting. What this is a
Mr. Simpson comes back over here.
a multi-channel SDR. You receive lots of channels at once and do it very efficiently. In fact, I have it right here on the Raspberry Pi 4 for modulating every channel of the computer band at once. At home, for the last year and a half, I've been recording in Southern California, in San Diego. I've been recording every channel, 2 meters, 125 centimeters, 70 centimeters. I have well over a terabyte of compressed audio recordings. I have absolutely no idea what to do with it or why I did it. I just did it because I could. As a workout for this thing. So it's based on a mathematical idea called fast convolution, which when I first found out about it, I said, I got to try this. This is really interesting. And I also had kind of a personal quest. I wanted to see how far I could go with the software-defined radio high-end without using an FPGA. Everybody who's doing high-end FPGAs, like Hammer and Lex, everybody else has these field programmable gate arrays that do a function called visual down conversion. They take the raw, very, very fast AV stream from the antenna to the front end, and then they pick off a piece of it, they convert it down to baseband, and reduce the sampling rate, and build it. So it's a digital down converter. It becomes a functional mixer and an IF down by protected by the baseband. I wanted to see if I could do that in software, really low-end piece of hardware that at least at one time was readily available, and maybe readily available to maybe go again. And it turns out you can actually go pretty far. I also wanted to explore the use of
might be multicasting for input output for this thing. Now, multicast, it sounds like a fancy concept, but actually everybody here is already using it. It's extremely common on, especially Apple devices. But when you turn on your computer, you plug in a network printer on your network, and you go in and you find the printer and connect to it. It's using multicast to discover that printer. It's a function of the service discovery. But it can also be used to transfer actual data, high-speed data. There are already protocols that exist for this. The real-time protocol, all voice over IP, which everybody uses now, is based on the same protocols. But they can also be used over LAN, and it can be used in a one-to-many fashion, as what multicasting is. The data goes from one sender to multiple receivers. The senders don't even care who's listening, so you don't have to restart a program just because somebody who is listening to it because the listening program had to restart. This doesn't work for TCP, which is a connected mode protocol, and it works in an unconnected mode using user data network protocol. And it's very efficient. The sending computer only has to send out one copy of the packet, and the switches and the routers, wherever it's have to be networked, they duplicate the packets automatically to get them to their destination. So, as I said, it's widely used for resource discovery, especially by Apple, but basically everybody uses it now. There are some problems since it's not used widely for very fast flows on low-end switches and access points. There are some problems. Some of you may have HTTP first or similar services. I know it's also being sold in Germany and other places. And many people who have that service discovered that they have problems with their access points, Wi-Fi access points into one of these things. But these problems can be worked out. I've learned a lot about them and documenting so other people don't have to make the same mistakes that I did. Once you get it going, it actually goes very nicely. This is a very busy block diagram. I'm not going to go over all this, but this shows, you can get this on my copy of my presentation or my paper. It shows that I've broken up the SDR into multiple modules. The top row shows, it says AirSpy and so forth. That's a module that talks to the radio. It actually takes the data in from the, in my case, an AirSpy R2, which is what I have here for demonstration. And then it takes that raw data and just multicasts it out on a local network where it wants to pick it up. Now, the usual program that picks it up is a program called Radio D, which is the actual digital sound version I'm talking about. But you can also do things like record the raw sample stream to a disk and play it back later. So you can literally record an entire band and play it back and tune in real time as if you were hearing it in real time. But the bulk of the work went into this program called Radio D, which takes the digital intermediate frequency stream, baseband stream from the front end, and then implements all the down converters and tuners and filters that actually receive each channel. The output of that is a PCM audio stream that can be listened to directly if you want by the program below that in the corner called monitor, but you can receive that PCM stream and just play it through speakers and you can have multiple screens. Everything here is multi-channel. Or you can run it through, for example, Opus D, which is a compression program that uses an open source codec called Opus, which is actually very widely used in Skype, Signal, and Flex Radio uses it over the land for using bit rate speech. You can record the disk, which is how I've been recording all this FM traffic in California. I have a packet to modulator listen, so the channel happens. I have a packet on it, it will automatically code it and send it off to APRS as soon as it's an APRS packet. And it's a very modular system. I define the protocols. My background is in protocol design and implementation, so I define and document the protocols. What I'm really looking for are people who are interested in taking these protocols and doing other things, adding other kinds of decoders, adding other kinds of control interfaces. I have a control program you see on the left side, which is a pretty rudimentary program. It's just text mode, but overall, I spent a lot of time defining the control protocol. It could be implemented in a graphical form. It could be implemented by something with a wheel, with a knob for tuning if you want to make a radio output. So, I always like building engines and transmissions. I'm not a user interface guy. I hate doing user interface. I don't feel like I have the right skill set. It requires somebody who's experienced in psychology and art and all all that kind of stuff to do a good user interface, although sometimes I see when I see that I could do it better well than that. My thing is I like to build engines. I like to build really good, fast engines that just work, and then other people figure out how to do it. So this is not a polished product. This is a set of modules and software that can be used by somebody who produces what I hope will be a nice polished product someday. So a little bit about fast convolution. I'm not going to get deep into the math, but everybody here knows what waterfall display is, right? I mean, they're universal now on HF radios. The waterfall display is generated by a mathematical algorithm called the fast Fourier transform, FFT. It's probably the single most important algorithm, computer algorithm of all time, in terms of the number of places it's used, not just in radio, but in medical imaging. It's everywhere. It's an extremely important algorithm. So there's a lot of experience in doing it, and there's a lot of software out there that does it very well. So I didn't have to do this to use what was already out there, and you were going to parts around it. So what the FFT does is it takes a signal from time domain, the samples that you get from the ADD converter front end, and it converts it into frequency domain, which you see on a radio as a waterfall. Now imagine you could take a piece of that waterfall, any piece you want, convert it back into time domain. Well, that's what I did. There's a little more to it than that. There's a couple of details you have to follow, but it's basically as simple as that. You take a piece of a waterfall, and you can have lots of different pieces of waterfall, all being extracted and turned back into the time domain signal, which comes out as a single channel. And those channels can be independently of each other. They can be filtered independently of each other. There are a couple of requirements, but they're really not in practice. And while the signal going in is at a very high sample rate, in the case of the air slide, in samples of 20 megahertz, producing a flood of bits at 240 megabits per second. What comes out is a much lower sample rate if you use for audio, 24 kilobits, 48 for high quality, whatever. There is an overlap that has to be done in the FFT. You don't just take the samples and divide them up into independent chunks and then convert them to frequency. For mathematical reasons, I'm not going to go into it. They actually have to be overlapped, which costs you a little bit more processing. But then you can still, despite this overlapping, all the time in real time on my board, with the FFT taking only a little bit more than one half or 1/4 of the Raspberry Pi 4. So those of you who understand the FFT is doing 500,000 points in every 20 milliseconds, so 50 of those per second. That number can be changed, but 20 milliseconds is a reasonable amount of time. It's not too fast, and it is not too long that the delay really becomes objectionable. Maybe 7, 8 for those who bring this it's always possible. These are the users I'm making it right now. I already mentioned this VHF FM vacuum cleaner that I've been running for a year and a half now. And also, of course, APRS. I've been using it for several years as a turnkey APRS I-gate at a local high school where I mentor. It's just on the shelf and for years, just since I was over the internet. That's using an older RPI, Raspberry Pi 3, and a Punchy Pro Console, which was an older, smaller HD, SDR front end that only samples 180 kilohertz. So this has been working for years. More recently, advanced was work with something that's fast and as wide as the air slide. And I also have been working on HF. I have an AirFly HF Plus. They also work with the FunCube on HF, and I use it as a general purpose HF receiver. And because it can do multiple channels, I have a set up to parasitic whisper decoding. Whenever I come to a band, it automatically listens to whatever whisper channels or signals are in that band. It automatically decodes them. If I had a front end, I could do all of HF at once, then I could decode every whisper signal on HF at one time. I can plan to do that as soon as I get a faster front end, like something like Okay, so there's a lot more work to do, although it's actually pretty useful right now. I need to support as many different front ends as possible. I also support RF. I do the RTLCR, which is a very cheap, very popular front end dongle, $25, $35, something like that. I need to add a facility that will allow you to extract the spectrum of the signal. This is something I need for for, not only for doing a proper waterfall display, but also to identify signals and automatically put them on. One activity we've gotten into very deeply in high school handballs is tracking and recovering weather service radio signs. They transmit around 400 megahertz from 400 to 406, but we don't know in advance exactly when they're going to be or what frequency they're going to be on. So the software already exists to do this on an RTL SDR. Scans looking for energy, basically does a spectrum analyzer, it sees energy here, and then tries to figure out what kind of radio sign it is, and puts the proper modulator on it. Well, I want to be able to do that for the whole band itself, not limited to just one radio sign. So I need to put a feature that will allow you to scan bands efficiently, identify a signal, and then put a modulator on it. I need to complete the audit configuration and service discovery stuff. I have a lot of it in there already, but I need to complete that. I want to make it as simple to configure as printer on those area network. I want to be able to just plug in the front end, plug in the radio, and then bring it up and it says, oh, you've got the following front ends, which one do you want to use? What band do you want to be on? So forth. And these protocols really need support that. I've only done that part right now. I mentioned user interface and how I don't like doing them, and I would love to have other people. Everyone seems to have a strong opinion on how a radio should work. So here's your chance. If you want to try out user interface, I would be more than happy to talk to you and help you get that going. Everybody seems to have strong opinions. Nobody likes how Android icon these whoever do it. So here's your chance to do what you want to do. I need to do digital modulators for all the various digital voice modes. The DMRs, these are very popular in Southern California. The software actually already exists for this, so I just need to plug it into the multicast screens that are coming out of my receivers. And as I said, packet this for already done. And of course, documentation. I've actually written a bit of this already, and I'm doing quite a bit more. This is, I really already talked about this, I'm not going to go into great detail, but fast convolution is a wonderful little tool. Well, back in college, when I studied computer science, they always told us that a better algorithm beats a faster computer. This is a classic example of that. What you could do with an algorithm like this, even on a low-end computer like the Raspberry Pi, is really amazing to use the right algorithm. There's a paper that I saw, IEEE signal processing in about 2006 that had a basic idea in there. If I had printed that out in paper, I would have thought here about 3 copies of that right now, because it told me everything I needed to know about how to do this. And as I said, the heavy lifting is done by the existing FFT applications out there. There's one from MIT that everybody uses called FFTW, which stands for Fastest Fourier Transform in the West. That's the name they use. And I try to make good use of the fact that all modern computers have multiple cores, even the Raspberry Pi, all the newer ones, the several generations now have 4 cores. So if you really want to be able to use them, you've got to divide your program up into independent threads that run at the same time. So a lot of my work, optimization, is spent on dividing the program up into threads that run independently in parallel and actually make full use of those cores. I mentioned multicast in the beginning. It is very flexible, it's very elegant, but there are some practical problems, mainly because it is not widely used in home networks except for IPTV services like AT&T Reverse. It is not supported in the wired internet. It's been kind of still looking at other standards that exist, but it works very well in the LAN. Even the low-end hardware, although there's some caveats there, because if you take, for example, a low-end defense switch, you send a multicast to one port, it's going to not every other port. Obviously, you made like switch on every port. And as long as all those ports are running in the gigabit, no problem. Let's say you have a 10 megabit device, that port is going to get swapped by multicast traffic with the same megabits. So it's the things you have to be careful about. If you use a smart switches know how to send multicast traffic only where it's wanted, which is a big one. That's what I have to do. So, medium,
You need to get into the box.
also, there are problems with Wi-Fi.
So you need to get into the box.
Wi-Fi based
Just briefly.
but there are also ways about that. So, as far as the now, so the source, I'm putting a lot of documentation in there now, and we're involved in go in there and try it out. If you find bugs, I'd be happy to get them back to me and we'll test them. I can demonstrate this, all I got. Okay. All right. I do have it running here, but I don't know how well it's going to work. Back to it. Oh, yeah, good. It's running. This is a service discovery window that's showing that I have several services that are being advertised on the local network. It's the Raspberry Pi here on the table. Here's the control channel with the front end and the radio itself. And then there's a local screen, which is just audio screen, carrying all of the channels coming out of the computer. And the real-time protocol screen for the control. This is showing all the channels that this is running on computers right now. This is showing all the channels active on computers. Now, forget the call size. This is from California. XC2B and C. We're not going to review the 2 lines. It's the local DARA computer that is all that has to be on. All the ones in bold are currently active, and you can see how many seconds it's been since the channel was out. And the window will grow quite a lot. The thing on off is to be several screens with the data. This is the control program. This basically shows everything. I'm an engineering geek, so obviously I won't be able to see everything, but you don't have to look at this details of the program. What I would really like to see is people come along and do fancy, really pretty looking front ends that do just the tuning of the yellow at that corner, with the radio route, by adjust the filters, set different modes, read out signal strengths, and test meters, all the kinds of stuff. So I've been working on this for a while. I'd like to make things not necessarily flashy, but solid. And if anyone else would like to dig into this, more than welcome. I would really encourage that. The software is open source, it's free. Have at it. Any questions? Yeah.
You've got that running now.
Yeah, it's a very simple program. All it does is just take the X25 and modulate it. I should say, in the FM mode, I have both a PM preset and an FM preset. PM is for voice with the emphasis. So if we want to do a digital mode, use FM mode to get a nice flat. It's like taking the audio right out of the screen. Well, you could because the output of each modulator is the multicast screen, you can have any number of programs listening to the same screen. So you can have all running on the same channel, and if it's 9600 to 1200, we'll just always code it to 9600. But that's what the neat thing about multicasting. You just throw on listeners and whenever you want, and you've got the CPU cycles to waste. And the ones that aren't applicable won't do anything. There's a benefit to having more RAM. It doesn't actually use that much memory. There's large buffers required for the fast rate transfer, but not that good. Multi-coring, well, we can talk about this all the time, but I think I use the Raspberry Pi pretty efficiently. I'd say with 1 year it's 8 gigabytes, but it'll actually run 5 months more. Yeah. Okay. Yes, how do I record these? Yeah, these come out as the modulated audio. As simultaneously, they all go, well, I don't do it with Raspberry Pi. The Raspberry Pi doesn't have big disks. So they actually go over the network as multicast to a bigger machine that has the big disks. And it just listens to the multicast screens and just writes them out over the disk. Sure. Yeah.
Well, sorry. What development language do you use? What do you need to work with code?
What language is it? It's all in C. I've been programming in C for 40-some years, so. Questions about pre-detection, and I take it from my last story. Yeah, sure. I showed that program called IQ report, which can just like you can record the output of the radio program, which is a single channel, you can record the entire IQ script if you want. So it does can play that back later. I've actually found in practice I don't do that anymore. Mainly because the bit stream is so fast. About an hertz by R2, that's 240. By the time you add overhead, it's about a quarter of a gigabit. And, you know, I have big disks, but still, that's a lot of data. I'll do it for testing. I'm not trying to do testing. You're a contest or something. You can record the whole band, go back and find all the stations you missed and can't work. Anything else? Thank you. I'll leave right what's going to be done?
Well, thank you very much, Bill. Our next speaker is K6BP. Bruce will describe his $14 grid controller. Bruce is president of Hamvention, and one of the founders of open source building and software. He is also the founder of No Code International, and works successfully in dynamic code testing in most nations worldwide. He worked at Pixar and is credited on 2 of their films, engineering, and today runs an intellectual and proprietary consulting firm called Legal Engineering and is developing a startup business. Welcome, Bruce Perez, K6BP.
Sign contact with Oh, okay. Stick your finger on the fingerprint sensor. Okay, there we go. Thanks very much. So, hey, we're back together after a couple of years, and I'm really, really glad to see all of you again. I run this place a couple blocks away, and I kept having to apologize to my landlord because they were having Hamvention. But anyway, as Mel said, I am running an organization called hamopen.org. Now, as you know, ARC is providing grants of big money for a number of different things among the open source projects, and they're most comfortable granting to IRS certified 501c3 nonprofits. So we founded Hamvention to be an umbrella 501c3 to help open source and open hardware projects get grants and funding. That does not guarantee that ARDC will ever give us any money, but we're trying. And so you can see us in building 1909. And keeping a 501c3 actually isn't easy. They have to pass a public support test of the IRS, and 1/3 of their funding has to come from small donors who individually can't provide more than 2% of the organization's total funding. That means you can't get all your money from ARDC. So what do you do? What I suggest is that we ask them for 2 times matching grant. Solicit private donations for the remaining 1/3. And then we can say when you donate $15, we get $45. That's a pretty strong motivator for people to donate. So that's the mechanism that we're going to try doing. We'll see if it works. At the Ham Open table, again, 1909 in building, like Maxim building. We're showing the $14 remote rig controller, which I'm talking about. The M17 project, so that's M17 and OpenRTX, made firmware for open source digital voice on HTs. And it turns out that all those Chinese HTs actually use the same STM32-based platform with a proprietary chip that has ambient modulation in it. And we bypass that chip and put digital voice on all these HTs. It takes some wires. We're hoping the manufacturers will eventually put the wires on the PCB for us. And we're showing rocket engines, applied ion systems, makes electric thrusters for CubeSats and pocket cubes. So this is a guy who is truly a rocket scientist, and he has a high vacuum setup in his basement. We helped him fund a diffusion pump for $6,000. And he has made a number of different thruster architectures. And these are very small. They actually fit on the side of a CubeSat or even on a pocket cube, which is 1/4 of the size of a CubeSat. You actually can fit it in your pocket. And the most successful one so far is an electric arc thruster, which creates an arc and vaporizes a bit of a resistive surface and blasts it into space at high temperature, high velocity. And you can fire 30,000 times, and thus you can change the orbit of a microsatellite or deorbit it. Deorbit is really important. You know, for all these years, all these decades since 1963, with AMSATs, we worried about getting it up in orbit. Now we have to worry about getting it down because FCC won't even give us radio license for the satellite unless we present them with a deorbit plan. Okay, so thus we have a guy who's making open source electric thrusters for satellites. So let's talk about $14 remote rig controller. So this is an ESP32 audio development kit. It's an off-the-shelf board, and I noticed this thing on AliExpress for $14. It turns out that depending on the time and how many you buy, you can get it from between $10 and $15 from various Chinese companies, and it arrives about 3 weeks later. And it has two 240 megahertz processors, and actually a third processor that's for low power and real time. And it has all the hardware necessary to take the audio from your rig and put audio back out to it, and control radios that have CAT or CIV interface. So those are the two common serial control interfaces. Most of them use 5 volts. This is a 3.3 board, 3.3 volt board. You do things to make it 5 volt tolerant. And so very easy to connect, just a couple of phone plugs and a 0.1 pitch header that you can plug in, you know, just solder right onto the top of it. It's got Wi-Fi and Bluetooth built in. Okay, this is something you can get for $14. It's got 8 megabytes of flash, 4 megabytes of RAM, and then it's got some fast SRAM. So the development platform for this is ESP-IDF that comes from the manufacturer. It's mostly based on open source software. We don't use the Arduino platform. We could, but ESP-IDF is more powerful. It supports C, C++, and Rust. I've actually been programming in C 5 years less than Phil. And it runs 3 RTOS, so this is a multi-processing operating system with real time. So what can you do when you have real time? You can code a keyer, and the keyer will not have swing. that's really important. It uses lightweight IP, lightweight TCP/IP stack, supports both IPv4 and IPv6, and if you've programmed BSD sockets, you will be very familiar with how to program this to the network. So this is all a $14 board that's available off the shelf. When you buy them in quantity, they go down to $10. And using the same board, Dana, K6JQ, has already made a soft modem TNC. So it does packet as a KISS interface. So we know that you can control radios with this board, do audio stuff, all of that already works. So that's sort of a confidence test for us. Now, I had to do a lot of networking code that was not so easy on this platform as it was on Linux, because on Linux, if I wanted UPnP, for example, which is a way to get ports open for an application on the router, I would just install a UPnP package. On this platform, I actually had to write a lot of the code custom, both for reasonable size and simple availability. So it's much harder to do the job on a smaller platform. And you'll notice there's a device called the RigPi, costs $350, which is a remote rig controller. And obviously he could install packages when he was doing that. So we have some cost of using an embedded device. So these are the protocols that I've implemented so that this thing puts itself on the network, even if the user doesn't know how to do things like open ports on their router. So IPv6 tells it where the IPv6 router is. Stun tells you what the public IP address is. PCP is port control protocol. That is what you use to tell the router to open a port out to the public internet for this device. Now, most of you may know about UPnP, but most of the routers in the world use the mini UPnP open source software to implement UPnP, and that actually has a port control protocol in it. The manufacturers didn't even notice, but it's in their routers. And it also does dynamic DNS, so it will give you a public domain name for the device once it starts up, so that you can get to it from outside on the internet. REST is just a web protocol, and I'm about to do churn. So churn is if you don't have a public IP on the outside of your router, like my remote site uses Starlink. Starlink does not have public IPs. They use carrier-grade net. So the outside of your router is still on net, and somewhere in SpaceX, they actually give that to the internet. So what you do when you have a system like that, or your cell phone access point, is another example of that, is use Turn, which is a protocol developed for IP telephony. And that will give you a way to access your device through your firewall from the outside. So anyway, somebody who has no knowledge of how to configure your router can still get this on the public internet. It will work more optimally if you can open ports, or if your router opens ports for us. So I'm at the point where I've developed all of that, and I've tested it on my own router, period. So I brought 60 of these ports to the show, and I have about 20 left now. And I'm asking for a pre-alpha tester, so you can put in $15 and follow along with the development. Because I have important questions right now, like, does this work at all on your own? That I need to understand, before this thing is ready for people who aren't quite as sophisticated as you. And I will also be selling these in booth 1909, that is the hamopen.org booth. You would need to run the development software, flash the firmware as it progresses, and provide feedback. This connects to your computer by USB. That's all it takes to flash it or look at the console. And we'll eventually connect to your rig, and the ham radio functions aren't written, so that's later. But if you'd like to be a tester, please see me later or come to the booth, and I've got some more left. So what am I developing next to this platform? How do you talk audio over the web? Now, if you have a RigPi uses Mumble. And I think the reason that it uses Mumble is that there wasn't a good way to use WebRTC when RigPi was developed. But WebRTC will send your voice into the browser, and it will use UDP, so it's real time. So if you drop a packet, you just go on to the next packet. You don't wait to retransmit the packet. That's really important if you don't want an audio delay. And fortunately, there are a lot of embedded libraries for that now, because it's a big job to program. Fortunately, I don't have to do it. Hamlet already builds hijacked and will control radio. And then I have to write the entire web GUI for this project. But I figured that a $14 remote rig controller would be kind of a cool project for almost everything. And then it would be a good QST article, so I do plan to submit it when it's done. Soldering is easy, it's cheap, kind of pushes all the buttons for you. And at that point, you can open this up on your phone and talk over your radio wherever you are. So that's the end of the talk today. And if you'd like to ask questions about this, I'm going to ask you to visit me in the booth 1909, because it's hard enough hearing over the idling diesel truck. And I'm happy to sell you words or talk with you more about the project. Thanks very much, Val. As the moderator of this every year, and also let me his laptop.
Thank you, it was very interesting. $14 rig controller, that's a bargain for sure. Okay, our next speaker is Munir Salem, K6AQ. Munir will describe 3DB and HF digital workflow. Munir has been ahead since the early 2000s. He's a software engineer by trade, specializing in medical devices, and has helped develop and maintain the 3DB project since 2020. He's contributed to Code for WinLink and developed several open source projects, including web-based magnetic loop controller. While not developing software, Munir typically monitors 14236 megahertz for 3DB traffic and other digital modes, such as FBA and JSL. Please welcome Munir Salem, K6AQ.
just give us a second, technical issues. Hey everyone, oh that's loud. How's everyone enjoying Hamvention? All good? Pretty good that we're able to be all together after like 2 years, right? Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and talk about 3DV today. So, as Mel was mentioning, a little bit about myself. I've been licensed since the early 2000s. My original call sign was KD680B. And in my spare time, I do a fair bit of open source development. The biggest thing I've been working on so far, of course, is 3DV, but also been working on various other open source type projects. A little bit of WinLink. There's some open source stuff that's starting to happen with the WinLink project in general. Also, the web-based active controller, so I can actually use my station remotely. Unfortunately, I tried to have like remote minimization from the top booth. Turns out that when there's a whole lot of people in one location, their cell network isn't so great. So wasn't able to do that. Something to keep in mind for next Hamfest for sure. And then my day job, I'm basically a software developer at a medical device company where I mostly work on C and C++ all day, a little bit of C# and Python at the same time. So what is digital voice exactly? So basically it's a method of modulating a digitized voice signal for transmission. First off, you basically take your analog voice, like me talking to a microphone right here, and it gets fed into your computer or microcontroller versus an analog to digital converter. Usually it's going into your PC or Mac, just like the sound card that's in your PC or Mac. But it can also be like a 8-2D converter inside the IC, inside the IC that you're using, or like a separate audio codec chip, like the BZDB project that I started working on. That's, by the way, also at the top booth. Once that digital audio is in your microcontroller or your PC, the software that's on that microcontroller or CPU basically takes that audio data, converts it into 1s and 0s effectively, and then also does additional conversions to output analog again, which sounds kind of ironic since we're converting into digital in the first place, but since a lot of radios can't really handle digital directly, they can handle an audio signal directly. So that's what a lot of the sound card-based modes effectively do, is they take audio, they generate audio and feed it into your transceiver, right? And then on the other end, once it goes out over the air, the other person's receiver basically takes that audio, converts it back into a digitized form, and then demodulates it back into analog audio and broadcasts it out to your phone speakers. So what are some benefits of digital voice exactly? Well, the biggest benefit is that it takes less bandwidth than a similar analog signal. So for comparison, FM is about 15K, at least as used on the M3 frequencies. Single sideband is maybe about 3K. 3DV is, and other digital voice modes can be half or even smaller than that. So it makes whatever power you put into it more concentrated and thus goes out farther pretty much. Also, digital voice has potentially better resilience as the signal gets weaker. The fact that we're translating your analog voice to zeros and ones means that you only really have two options, right? Like the data that you receive can either be a 1 or be a 0. And thus there's like a wide variance as to like what exactly is a 1 and what exactly is a 0. And that alone adds resiliency. But of course, there's still going to be mistakes, right? So there's also a lot of digital voice modes also add forward error correction. And depending on what kind of forward error correction you're doing, you can potentially correct a lot of mistakes. Of course, there is engineering trade-offs as with anything. So like a longer forward error correction means more latency when you're decoding it. So of course, with the advantages of digital voice, there also are some disadvantages. And one of the biggest that y'all might be familiar with is what's known as the digital flip effect. And what that basically is you have a digital signal, right? And it's basically armchair copy for quite a while, but then it's no longer armchair copy anymore. And as soon as that happens, the signal basically stops being there. And one example of this happening is during the analog to digital TV transition back in the 2000s. There were a lot of people who maybe didn't have like the best TV signals, but they could still perfectly receive and understand what was going on their TVs. And as soon as we switched over to digital TV, basically no more TV, right? And people got very, very unhappy because of that. So the problem's better now because the TV stations actually like adjusted things, but it's still like a disadvantage that trips people up. And then another disadvantage is that it's more expensive and harder to implement in like traditional modes, right? So with traditional modes like FM, AM, etc., we've been doing all that for decades, right? So we as fans basically know how to do that, right? And there's like cheaply available circuitry that's like not patented and it's publicly available. And if you wanted to right now, you could build yourself a sideband or a CFU or AM transceiver, for example. Whereas in the digital voice, or any sort of digital voice mode in general, you basically have to include a microcontroller or like some sort of like CPU in your transceiver. And the mere fact that you can do that, it adds costs. And if you're a manufacturer, you basically have to cover that cost somehow. And usually that means you pass that to your customers, right? It's a big reason why like a lot of the digital voice radios from say like ICOM and DSU, for example, they tend to cost more versus the non-digital equivalent. And that's like one of the big reasons. So what does 3DB provide exactly? Well, it provides several digital voice modes optimized for HF band conditions. And those modes are typically around 1 to 1.5 kilohertz wide in bandwidth. And depending on the mode exactly, they can handle fading and other various HF channel conditions. 3DB also provides a way to use digital voice with your existing radios. So in short, if you're already using like FT8 or some other digital mode, you're likely already good from a hardware perspective for 3DB. You basically just need a way, like a microphone or a headset or speakers to get like the analog side of things taken care of. And the most important reason why for 3DB is that it's open source, so GPL licensed effectively, and also non-covered by patents. And this is very important. I actually have a story as to why this is very important. The predecessor to 3DB back in the 2000s was called FD-GMB, and it used a commercial audio codec that was, the FD-GMB never really had permission to use it, but the company also never said no. So it was kind of like an informal yes sort of deal. And that was good for a while until, like, long story short, that was no longer the case anymore. Company said no longer use it, and that was basically that. So the fact that it's open source means that it can't really be shut down. And people can, like, of course, iterate on it over time and, like, review source code and all that sort of thing, right? So So that's basically why open source in general is a good thing, but especially with like digital voice and ham radio stuff in general. So I mentioned before that there are several modes available based on the current band conditions. The most commonly used ones today are called 700D and E, 1600 and 2020. And all of these modes use some form of QPSK modulation. And first we'll go ahead and talk about 700D. 700D is used the least amount of bandwidth, about 1 kilohertz or so. And the nice thing about 700D is that it can operate down to about minus 2 dB SNR. So it's really good if you're operating a compromised station or like limited power, like for instance, my station, like I was mentioning earlier, I live in an HOA and like in a condo building, and I'm fortunate in that like my HOA lets me operate, but I basically am running a magnetic loop on the roof of our building, and because I don't want to interfere with anyone, I only operate like 50 watts max usually. So the fact that I can operate at 50 watts and like still do well with 3 dB is like really awesome. Like if I were to try to like do well with single sideband, for example, like I probably wouldn't do nearly as well. And I would probably be mostly relegated to using normal, not that there's anything wrong with like say like FTA or whatever, but I'd be relegated to mainly using those types of modes because I wouldn't be able to get out any other way, right? So here's an example of how 700D sounds. This is basically a recording that I did like recently from a QSO that I was having with someone.
It's quite obvious. It's very hard to put out, put that. It's a great way I can maintain the data on the
So does it sound, so as you guys heard, it basically, I thought it sounded pretty good, like there wasn't really any background noise. Of course, the signal did vary a little bit because the conditions were varying, but like it was still coming in, it didn't really lose sync, and it was perfectly understandable, at least in my opinion anyway. So another mode that we're going to talk about is called 700E. It's optimized more for fast fading, say like if you're using NDIS, for example, like within a couple hundred mile paths. It uses a bit more bandwidth than 700D, about 1.5K or so, and it needs a little bit more SNR than 700D, like about 1 dB, but that's still significantly better than say like single sideband, which needs typically around 6 dB SNR. And then here is an example of 700D. And this was basically taken from some controlled testing we did last year. So what you're about to hear is there'll be like an analog signal followed by decoded 700D. So, as you guys probably heard, the analog half of that recording was understandable, but like there was a lot of background noise, and like it was not as comfortable to listen to as the digital half of that. So the next mode we're going to talk about is 1600. It was the mode that was originally created when 3dB first came out. It's about a little bit more bandwidth than 700D, about 1.1K or so. 4 dB minimum SNR, which is actually a fair bit compared to the later modes. One plus with this mode is that it has a constant pilot carrier in the center of the signal. And that's useful if you're using it through a satellite, for example, because it provides like a basis for you to easily keep this channel centered, the transmission centered rather. So like basically if there's with the inevitable adoption that happens. And in fact, it was previously used for satellite contact with great success. And then here's an example of what 1600 sounds like. This was basically taken from the sample audio files that come with the 3dB application. ADP here, Derek Around, Romeo, Papa. Bravo, Romeo, Charlie, Echo. So, that was probably like best case since it was like, generated on the local computer. But, that's a pretty good idea of what kind of audio quality you would expect. Best case scenario, it was like a good signal. And then finally, we're speaking of a good signal, we're going to talk about a little bit about 2020. It's the highest quality mode currently available for UV. It needs about 1.6K bandwidth, and a bit more SNR than the others. And it actually sounds really good if the band conditions are good, but it is less resilient than the other modes. So if when the bands are falling down a little bit, then like it has a really hard time keeping sync. On that note, we're actually working on a variant of 2020, which should work a little bit better and lower, less quality channel conditions. So hopefully that will be coming out soon. And then for an idea of what 2020 sounds like exactly, there's another audio sample that comes from the files that are included with 3D.
With shade to the dark blue background.
It's easy to tell that's in one.
4 hours of steady work based.
So, one question that people tend to ask occasionally is whether 3D is actually legal to use. And just a little bit of a disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer. I don't tend to know anything about the law. If I'm ever in legal trouble, I would very well seek out an actual lawyer, and I would suggest you do so as well if you're at any point uncomfortable with this or have questions. And the information about the video is also fairly U.S.-centric. For those of you who are not from the U.S. in the audience, different countries have different rules, and there's no way we'd be able to go through all of those variants in this kind of single presentation. But I can tell you what the ARRL has said in the past about digital voice. They actually had an article back in the June 2020, or 2000 QEX called Practical HF Digital Voice. And in that article, they actually say that they consider digital voice as having the designator of Juliet to echo. And to break that down a little bit, Juliet is basically a single sideband. The number 2 is stands for single channel digital information on it. And the E portion is basically you have voice going over that channel. And because it's considered J2E, it falls under the list of phone emissions for Part 97, Section 3, subsection 5C. And based on that and 97305, that basically governs where digital voice can be used on HF. And in short, it basically can be used anywhere where we can all use analyze sideband. The one exception is 60 meters. The FCC actually regulates that a lot more strictly. And effectively makes it so you can use upper sideband analog on 60 meters. So, of course, this is, as I mentioned before, this mainly applies to the US. There may be other countries that you can use 3D beyond 60, but I don't want to pretend that I know which ones those are, right? So, so we'll just leave it at that for now. Of course, besides that whole legal stuff, the standard FCC rules and the considered operator practices still apply. The typical rules we all learned when we got our licenses, ID every 10 minutes, don't interfere with other people willingly at least, and run only as much power as you need, all those general rules, right? And besides all that, where can it be used exactly? Rather, what are the general conventions? Basically, we follow the same conventions as an analog voice. So basically, when you're using 3D on 40 meters and under, you set your radio to be lower sideband. And if you're running higher, like 20 meters and higher, you would be using upper sideband. And that was done so that you can basically monitor transmission, like analog transmissions, and make sure you're not setting off on them. It's a lot harder to do that when you're running a different sideband than what everyone else is using, right? In addition to that, most frequency these days is on 14.236, 20 meters. So plus or minus a little bit based on what other traffic is currently on the band. But it's also used on other bands as well. For example, 40 meters on 7.177 and 10 meters on 28.330. So there are a few ways to go on the air once if you decided you want to give 3dB a shot. First off, the most common is the 3dB client application. Basically, it's available at 3db.org. And apologies for the text being hard to read, I'm sure the slides will be available after, right? And I can also repeat the URL if anyone needs that. So there are the source code is available on GitHub, of course, but also there are pre-built binaries for Windows for 32 and 64-bit, as well as a universal Mac binary, so you can run it on older Intel Macs, as well as the newer ARM-based ones. The 3dB client application requires 2 sound cards to transmit. As I was mentioning in the beginning of the presentation, one of them is already going to be the one you use for digital modes like FT8. So the other one is mainly going to be your built-in sound card, where you plug in a microphone or a speaker or say on a headset. Another way of getting on the air with 3dB is by using the SM1000 handheld microphone. Now this is priced at about $200 as of October last year, and it supports 700D ME as well as 1600 mode. Unfortunately, there's not enough processing power to do 2020. The nice thing about this is that you really only need an RJ45 cable on that, wired for your specific radio, as well as 12-volt power. And this is good because that means you don't have to take a computer out when you're saying doing a coda or a soda. You can just take the SM1000, plug it into your radio, and be on the air pretty quickly. Unfortunately, the chip shortage affected the SM1000 as well, so it's out of stock with no ETA at this time. Hopefully the chip shortage will eventually improve and this will start getting sold again. And then, so once you're fully set up, there's a few ways you can go and find contacts. The first and most common way is what's called the keystroke finder. The URL for that is qso.3db.org. And it's basically a chat style interface with frequency designators for each person who's logged in. So what you would do is you would log in with your call sign, and then you would see other people who are logged in as well as what frequency they're on. And there are also various buttons on the bottom of the screen where you can log into where you can push the button and you're basically letting other people know where you are on the band. And they can either coordinate with you via text chat, or they can just QSY to whatever frequency you're on and try to make contact with you. So that's a pretty useful tool overall. Another way of finding contacts that was more recently added is called PSK recorder functionality. It's an optional thing that you can enable in the app, but once you enable it, it will record the call signs of whoever appears to PSK recorder. So basically, you can go onto the site, choose 3dB as the mode, and it will show everyone who's picked up your signal on a map, along with the SNR that they pick you up on, which is very, very useful for seeing how propagation is doing with 3dB in general. And then finally, we've been starting to do quarterly 3dB activity days. The next one is coming up this weekend after this, May 28th to the 29th of this year. Starting 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 Eastern, 1500 Zulu, to 8:59 a.m. Pacific, 11:59 a.m. Eastern, of course, and 15:59 Zulu. And this is styled similar to the JSA call activity days, like once a month, where it's not really a contest, it's basically a bunch of people getting together and having QSOs. So the main point of this is just to have fun and see how your setup is doing on the air. So no pressure to log, no pressure to get more points than anyone else, that sort of thing, just to have fun. So that's basically all I have for this part of the presentation. I'll go ahead and open it up to questions right now. Yeah, no, for sure. If you're, like I was mentioning, if you're already using like a digital interface like a Signal Link or Blaster, you can already use that. You would just need to like configure your other sound card. Usually that's going to be the sound card that's built into your computer, like that you would have as speakers in the microphone you plug into. It depends on the radio, but usually, like, if the radio has like a specific digital option, like USB digital or LSP digital, then you would put it into that mode. Otherwise, you would just use standard USB or LSP. Yeah, for sure. The Raspberry Pi can definitely run it. It's been tested with as far down as about the Raspberry Pi 3. And the Raspberry Pi 3 can basically run all the modes except for 2020. Same deal with the 4 as well. The 4 can't really do 2020 because it requires some specific like processor optimizations that the Raspberry Pi doesn't have. But other than that, it can run basically all the other modes. Any other questions? Would anyone be interested in, since there are no other questions, would anyone be interested in seeing how to set up 3DB? We have a little bit of extra time. Yeah. Okay. I'll have to plug in my computer real quick to actually do that, so give me 1 second. So basically I have, actually I'll turn off the dark mode to make that easier to read. Alright, so basically when you start 3DB, it's going to look like, basically you'll see the screen, and it's the main window. On the lower right, you'll have your controls from the start, and then like PTT down here are the most important. And there's also an analog button where you can like listen, it'll turn off the demodulation and you'll hear the raw analog signal. So basically the setup, you'll go into like the tools menu when you first start this, and there's like a few steps you go through. First off is the audio config. And then the audio config is where you would choose the sound devices you're going to use. Now I have this set up currently for my SDR at home, so I'm having the SDR audio go through a virtual audio cable. So you're basically going to configure the receive side and the transmit side. The receive side on the top is going to be your radio device, and on the bottom is going to be your built-in sound card, practically. And then on the transmit side, it's going to be reverse. So in this example, I have my microphone that's built into this computer, and the virtual audio device on the other end. And then once you're fully set up there, you can go ahead and do PTT config and turn on Hamvention to set up cat control. Of course, if you're using something like a Signal Link, you don't actually have to do this. Like if the Signal Link, for example, has box PTT, so it will trigger when you transmit, so you don't use cat control. And just like with any other cat control, you'll choose your rig model and then the serial device, or if it's like a TCP IP port, you would put that in as well. And then there's a test button. You can test your PTT to make sure that's working. And that's basically the minimum setup you need to do. But and once you have that set up, you should be able to just push start and start operating. But if you want to enable PSK recorder as well, you can go to options here, and inside modem and or actually inside the recording, and then choose enable recording with your call sign and your grid square, pretty much. And once you have that, you'll be reporting out to a PSK recorder as well. Unfortunately, like as I was mentioning earlier, the cell signal is not great when there's a whole bunch of people in one place, so not really going to be able to demo it live, but hopefully that cleared up some issues, like that helped clarify how to set things up a little bit in case some of you have tried to set that up in the past and had issues. And I'll also be here for any questions about that, about how the app works in general, or any setup, or anything else about 3D in general before we go ahead and end it a little bit early. Alright, so that's pretty much it. I'll go ahead and put up a slide with my contact info and how to answer questions, how to get in touch with me to answer for questions if anything comes up after the fact, right? Alright, so basically, my email address is my first name at gmail.com effectively. If you come to the Tapper booth, which is in building 5, then there's a bunch of cards, like business cards with my email address on them as well. And I'll be there through the end of Dayton as well, until 1 p.m. tomorrow. So you can ask me questions directly then as well. And then my personal GitHub is github.com/TMIW. And then, as I mentioned, we'll see if we can figure out a way to get these slides online as well. Yeah, it looked fine on my computer before, so yeah, that always happens. I'll just remove the link. Hopefully that comes out a little bit better. It's like they don't do well with actual light, right?
Thank you everyone for attending. We're going to start by the booth, Tapper booth. We have a demo running there. Be happy to talk with you some more about 3D. See you next year.